Alright, folks, now it's about as good a time as any to start. Sorry about yesterday. It started to get a little bit windy here, right? And then it became rather stormy into the night. So we had quite a few power blinkages throughout the day. Doom and wind, precisely Wither. It was wind for me, pleasant wind. But then harsh doom for Comcast, because every single time the power blunked for a second, that'd be it. And the Wi-Fi would have to reset for another hour. Which isn't a big deal, but it keeps going on and on and on throughout the day, so stream had to interrupt. Tried to give it an honest go yesterday, but that gave us like a 10-minute VOD followed by half-hour VOD, and by then it was like 4 o'clock, so no point trying, right? Wither, hello and congratulations. Stabbing in the arm is the booster shot, right? If so, congrats. But yeah, yesterday was a lot of power blinks, reset the router, wait 30 minutes or so, do a 10-minute VOD, power goes off again for like half a second. Man, I still gotta schedule my third dose. I got mine done, my first two, back in May, I think. So I'm already overdue by a couple of weeks for my third shot. But it's not a big deal because I'm here most of the time anyway, so not really getting exposed to much. But I should get that sorted. But because so much progress yesterday was chopped up into like a bunch of dozen-minute VODs at most, instead of progressing from there and having like 4 VODs for one case, less than half an hour each, I'm just gonna restart the case from the start. Which means you only done one case yesterday. Which is fine, I guess. Because that was Devil's Daughter ending, and then Fate to Black Pete, and then the start of Riddle on the Rails. Which at least means that we don't need the honor system here. When I'm like, oh, I know what's going to happen, it's not because I played for 2 hours and then go back with foreknowledge. No, we saw this coming. We got the VODs to prove it. The discarded single-use mask is the cigarette butts of 2021. Hate to say it, but you're right. As a species, we absolutely love to litter. I don't get it. Maybe people thought that, well, it is a biodegradable thing. But it's definitely sturdier than that. And, you know, as an islander, I feel that especially because the world's like, oh, well, the ocean is the planet's dumping ground, right? So everything ends up in us anyway, so definitely get to feel the effects of everybody else's bad environmental decisions, be it directly or indirectly, with just the effects of climate change stacking up. But yeah, gotta begin from the start. But do I really want to replay this case and lose all the progress I have earned? Yes. Take me back to the beginning, so we can start with context and just have it all whole. But if I have one complaint about Crimes and Punishment so far, it's that it's a very quiet game. I don't mean in regards to like the audio balancing right, but mostly in regards to there's not very much background music. I guess they save the music to like punctuate dramatic moments, but beyond that it's very quiet. Nearing a peak of natural variation. Oh sure, this is just natural variation, that is why. Across geologic time, you can see ups and downs, but it's relatively smooth for the most part in our era, up until you hit the Industrial Revolution, and then you get singularity, especially towards the tail end of the 20th century into the 21st. Completely natural, nothing to do with us.
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes. As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerable. I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is. The one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean that he keeps bees? That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth.
If there's one comfort, right?
There is someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I don't believe
no
that
time.
humanity
Send
is going
whoever
to
it
die
is
off from
away.
climate change.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
It's not going to be a huge comfort to most because a lot of people will, at the very least, suffer a lot. Many to the points of physical hardship and maybe death.
Sherlock.
But humans are resilient if
Mr.
nothing
Holmes?
else, right? We live in
Perhaps
the
you don't
most
remember me.
inhospitable places and
I'm
have
Dr.
ever since
Watson.
time immemorial.
We met.
You have people out in
Diogenes
deserts,
Club a few
people
years
up
ago.
in
I documented our
oxygen-starved
encounter in a short
mountains.
story I gave the title
So,
A Greek
as
Interpreter.
a species, we'll find a
He
way.
does remember you, Watson.
But if
My
people
brother
want, like,
remembers everything,
the full-on
and that is why
comforts
he is so valuable to
of
the government.
urban, air-conditioned
We're
living,
about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You
the status
know?
quo
Sherlock, I need
isn't
your
going to maintain itself.
There are people who presently threaten both our country and the crown itself. You must help us with those methods of yours.
Need help. Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did
Mycroft
not
here
reply.
kind of reminds me of
And this
Stephen
is
Fry.
not about politics.
Something about the way the face
It's
is
about
designed.
people. People similar to those whom you pretend to defend in your petty detective affairs.
Everything is about
Oh, nature's got all
politics with
kinds of
you,
bearings on
Mycroft.
Earth.
I'm not interested.
It's just
Have
that the
some of your
ability of
agents, or
humans
spies, or worse,
is enough to
undertake
make
this
huge
job of
disruptions.
yours. You are defending your people.
We
and
look
they
all
have
around the
little to
planet,
do
and
with
nature
the
still does what
people
nature
I
does.
choose to help, I can assure you.
Just,
That's the point.
we are so good
You
at
think exactly
creating
as
catastrophe.
They do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further.
Mrs. Hudson, tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
A younger Stephen Fry with his hair slicked back. Alright, so what are we doing? We say goodbye to Toby. Hey, Toby.
Look after Mrs. Hudson for us, Toby.
You get a different girl each— oh no, it's the same one each time you look in the telescope. And she always stands there, staring back at home, so maybe they got a relationship going, I don't know. Alright, let's go,
A
right?
map of London and the surrounding area. Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the station.
I don't think I was meant to look up anything. Just want to get the rest of the game going. Oh, here's the thing though, Wither. When put like that, right, it makes it sound like climate as a natural process is totally stopped. It's still trying. It's just that, you know, we've got the dams, right? The metaphorical dams on everything, redirecting the flow. Like, the river's still there. We've just altered its course. Purposefully in some cases, accidentally and stupidly in others.
What a gloomy night.
But flow it still does.
It was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since the station master told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
Yes, at last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
But I suppose the
I'll take your
distinction might be
bags
one of like
and
perspective
your
and
blasted
semantics.
archive suitcase.
See, Watson mentions the archive suitcase. Maybe we did get to archive here.
Holmes, the headlight. It's faded away.
Okay, so
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
I called this yesterday,
Excuse me,
right?
sir. Can you
Fog?
explain what has happened?
Nothing but fog.
No.
They see lights,
It's
they
as
hear
if
whistle, lights
the
disappear.
train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
It's too dark. Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow.
Also, see what I mean, right? All this so far, there's no music, just lots of talking together. So, going to quickly, I'll tab out here, and put on some background music, if the game isn't going to provide any. There we go.
Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our investigation.
Let me see. I think the only things right now is talk to the station master, steal a map from the wall of the station.
This map will be useful.
Okay. Have I missed anything over at home on the to-do list? No? Should be fine.
First of all, let us examine the area where the train disappeared.
I hope I didn't forget anything at Baker Street because I'm not keen on restarting the entire case a third time. Your favorite space opera? Which one's that? It's not The Culture, is it? Because you spoke at the lengths of that one. Okay, let's see. Imagination. Honor Harrington, that's right, that's right. I keep forgetting it's a space opera. Like, the most I know about that, apart from like you talking about it, is all the times it pop up on random tropes pages on TV tropes. So I have very third-hand awareness.
A discarded item, possibly thrown from the train.
But yeah, foggy night, right? Foggy night. There's no sign on the ground adjacent to the rails of a train
There are
vanishing.
no tracks or footprints on the ground.
Neither tracks or footprints. The rails haven't been
The
disrupted.
rails have not been touched. There's nothing unusual here.
The sleepers, nothing unusual.
Railway sleepers, nothing unusual.
But again,
There are
fog,
no
light, and
signs
whistle,
to
all they
indicate
need.
that the train ran off the track.
Mhm,
Nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I
He's so
see
pleased
what
with
you're
that. That little
getting
tilt,
at.
that little lilt in
No
his voice at the
clues,
end of that.
And you're smiling.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery appears very promising.
It's a subtle bit of line delivery, but most Sherlock Holmes, right, are I am serious and clever and speak sternly because I have already solved this case 15 minutes ago for the whiff of the tea in the morning air. But this one, right, when he's like, a negative result is also a result? You know, there's like a little tonal shift there, like he's just had some moment of serendipity. It's like, you can feel that he just had an idea spark. And I like that, it's kind of like, mood-wise, he's enjoying it, like Watson says, he's in the moment. But mental, mechanically wise, it's like he just had a synaptic connection and betrayed a bit of celebration in his tone and face from it. Honor Harrington, end of the previous book, Prime Minister of a centrist government, was killed, and his alliance based on personal charisma allegiance fell apart. Conservative leader, made a coalition of mostly opposed anti-royalist parties, new government, Queen asked them to let her have another centrist government to end the war they had just won more or less, and they refused. That might have been predetermined from the moment he said centrist government. But it also reminds me, that my BF caught
Good
me
morning.
playing some Crusader
Allow me
Kings
to
on my off
introduce
time,
myself. My name is Sherlock
and he
Holmes,
offered to
and
play
this is
with
my
me.
friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
We had a game
Yes,
going
I
a while
remember
back where
you.
I was
Station
Aquitaine
master
and he was
Edward.
France,
You were here last night.
and I was pretty much gobbling
So,
vassals on the inside to
you
keep
are
him
Mr.
safe
Holmes, the great
as he tried to like learn the game.
Will you be investigating what happened?
And so we resumed
I
that,
shall indeed.
and that was
It is
fun.
extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the driver.
Little toddler being the true power behind the throne of France. Okay, so what's this guy's deal again? He's old. He is distinguished in his profession. Dirty clothes. From gardening, says Holmes. But I don't see why he would garden in his nice uniform. He's been at this job for decades, I think. Enough to have a badge of distinction. Who goes home and starts gardening with his work cloak on even? This is his coat from work. Married. Portrait complete.
Could you please give us any details about the train?
Well, there was nothing so very special about it.
Not
At
a
least not that I
military on
can
negotiations
recall.
to conclude peace
Memory's
treaty.
not what it used to be. However, if you
All
need
the while,
it, you
oh,
can
the
have
poor
the train
queen.
composition report. It's inside my office.
See you later, my good man.
Waiting hall, I think. This warehouse is nothing so far.
An old locomotive bell.
You know, as I played through the start of this this case twice, different things start to connect, right? Like I pretty much called out correctly, spotted early on, that because of the foggy night, it wouldn't have to be a train that disappeared. All they saw was light, heard a whistle, and there was nothing on the earth. So all they would need is like a pushcart on the track itself, with a bright lamp and a whistle, so people see the light, hear the whistle, think there's a train, and then back the cart away, right? Or even just wait until people are gone, and then resume under cover of darkness.
This part
But
is probably from a locomotive.
I'm entertaining the
This
possibility
place serves as a storage area for the station.
that maybe there are more participants to let on. There's at least one gang that's disguising itself as train operators to get through stuff. But what if multiple people in the
This
organization
part is probably from a locomotive.
are also part to this? It's the North after all, and trains aren't well taken care of in the North, so they might have financial incentive to pull this off. No, we can't saddle you with partisan politics or the cabinet when there is a war to be fought. You have to remain free to make the decisions for which you must ultimately be responsible. Watson, please. Watson, you're blocking me. Watson, come on. I've been pinned by Watson. Okay, gotta push him away. Watson, come on, man. Come on, buddy. Come on, pal. Also, it bears repeating, the observation from yesterday. So this is the road, right? You come up to the station here. And you would think, right, that you go from the street to the station, to this big door, and out here to the tracks, but you would be wrong. Side of the building. Ticket office is inside behind the doors, so nothing's stopping you from just walking straight, boarding the train, and deuces. No join the opposition into the mess you made. Carefully did it say. Schadenfreude is always a good punchline to any situation, especially with build-up. Office tableau. Mr. Robinson located at Bridling Station. So all station got the note that he's there, right? It could be because he was left off at Bridlington and he's been making up a fuss. But it could also be that there's a reason all previous stations, all other stations were alerted to the location of Mr.
A
Robinson.
new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson.
Not got to there yet, but after his government is toppled, he ends up getting sentenced to hard labor for a very long time for corruption. See, that's how you know this is a fantasy. Corruption actually brought to justice with a decent karmic punishment. Alright, so the composition is front to back. Locomotive, coal, first class, post, special wagon to Mr. Robinson, and then second class. So I assume postal special second class that the Brazilian investors and Mr. Robinson must have been first class travelers. I suppose it is true whether that if it's a non-two-party system it might work out. Palau kind of prides itself on having a no-party system. I suppose nothing stops me from collaborating, but there's no official, formal parties. And when I had one cousin governor, in Angar, try to sell out the entire island to become a Chinese resort after like a few months of posting pictures of lavish banquets in Beijing after being wined and dined. Turned out that he had some surprising financial troubles mismanaging the state money. And so they gave him a bit of bar time. So what happens is possible. To actually reveal and punish corruption. He promised a boat, I think. A recovery of the ferry that goes between the islands. I never made good on it, so where'd the money go? Who knows, but we know where he went.
Here is the train set.
Anything else here? Nothing else here? The telegraph machine?
Telegraph.
I'm also calling that at some point we get to play with the telegraph machine. Can I talk to him? There we go. Alright, tell us about the special Wagione.
According to the train composition report, there was a
The
special
star system
wagon.
manticores
What
a
does
wide
that
selection
entail?
of parties.
That's a highly secure car, ordered by a private party. It is generally to carry something of value. Those wagons have iron walls, you know, without any windows. And they're fitted with a complex key lock.
Special lock,
That is
iron walls,
important
no
information.
windows.
Do you know what was inside this particular wagon?
Certainly not. No, that's private. And it's not my responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
Gotta admit that I am a bit envious of parliamentary systems that do have, like, several minority parties. Maybe not all of equal weight to the process of government, but having enough weight and power to be, I don't know, disruptive, more of a force than minority parties in US politics. Actual
Was there
representative
anything
voices.
exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you mean? Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a message from Bridlington station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. What kind of problem that they didn't say?
Bridling.
That is interesting.
So now we have foreknowledge at Bridling Station. Their issue was that a possibly fake ticket inspector took everybody off.
You mentioned a problem at Bridlington Station. I should like to visit this station. Could you mark it on the local map?
Of course, it's a suburban railway station. You might take a cab there.
The notion of
See you
nobility is
later,
absurd to you. You know, there are some things, right, that humans just keep on trying to repeat. Take nobility. The whole mythos of the American origin myth is that they fought off the tyrants and brought liberation and freedom to the people, right? You know, it's all about freedom. No kings, no aristocrats. And then they go and fashion themselves aristocrats. They never stop. It's just instead of old nobility going back generations, it's the wealthy, you know, the CEOs. Businessmen have become the new aristocrats since like cares for like. And now the rich take care of themselves in such a way where it is impossible for a rich child to actually fail. There's a great article I read about failing upwards. It's like a glass bottom, right? Whereas everybody else has a glass ceiling they can't break through. The rich have a glass bottom that prevents them from ever failing or suffering for the failure no matter how much they try. They could just like make up companies and positions to put their kids in. They'll botch it, but that's okay because they could like just keep on shuffling through. Bridlington, Bridlington. But it's also kind of why, like, while I admire anarchists for idealizing and aiming for a system of no hierarchy, I don't think it's possible, since when you have human complexity, you end up, either naturally or by necessity, developing systems of hierarchical tiers just to maintain and organize things. I do think their goals are great, valuable allies and all, and working towards goals, if it doesn't end up with the same end state, at least helps, but I'm pretty sure that hierarchies are things are like here to stay. There's nothing here, right? What you mean with her? Women were seen as equal. Decades upon decades later, after lots of arguing about it.
Railway post bags.
And pushing in the streets instead of the halls of government. Okay, we got you, and the newbie in back. Robinson first. We'll talk to everyone anyway.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company? Because I have a complaint.
We are not from the railway company.
I love this caricature.
In that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me, but I'm not in the mood for idle chit-chat at the moment.
Okay, profile. He's got an Australian hat, and that is a proof that he's Australian. He's got expensive, nice clothes. Rich Australian cattle baron. Shoes? There we go. Has to be the left shoe, not the right shoe.
You must be Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right. I have nothing to hide.
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable
He definitely
prototype
isn't the most
safely to
polite of
London.
people, I'll admit.
My prototype is a revolutionary device. It is capable of producing electricity. I'm a businessman and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers for my invention. But I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
Director's board. From Brasilia?
You mentioned a director's board. Which company do they own?
The Chilean Barcazas Company.
Chilean.
I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazas Company?
It's
Was
a
this
large
about
South
where the
American
game,
company.
not the game, the net
They
crashed the
showed
first
a great
time?
deal of interest in my prototype.
It's coming up.
And they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
The prototype value?
This revolutionary machine of yours, was it very valuable?
For God's sake, sir, it is priceless. It could change the world we live in. And yet, I was selling it
Oh,
for
of course,
almost
Wither.
nothing. I am a humanitarian.
I think it's mostly stateside,
I
where
do
that
not know
particular
if
word
I'll ever be
is
able to get
seen
over
with
this
such huge
disaster.
amount of taboo.
I cannot believe that it disappeared with that.
But I
damn
acknowledge its
train.
vernacular use of the Commonwealth tongue.
Mr. Robinson, could you please clarify? Were you traveling alongside your prototype?
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train. And all because of this stupid station master.
I received a telegram declaring that an important person, a Mr. Bromsby, wished to see you in the waiting room. I merely informed you of this.
Mr.
What you
Bromsby
mean?
is a wealthy gentleman.
Always blood white
His
people were
interest
so
in my
winter-proclaimed
invention was
humanitarian.
truly unexpected. So yes, of course.
I mean, people are
agreed to
very
see
proud
him.
of their dietary habits.
Unfortunately, he wasn't there.
Vegans
Thought
always talk
perhaps
about
he
being
might have been
vegan.
delayed.
Vegetarians
So I
talk about
chose
being
to wait a
vegetarian.
while.
Humanitarians talk about being
But
humanitarian.
despite my requests, the train left the station without me. Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot. You will pay for it. I will sue you.
Goodbye, sir.
The poor station master here, he takes so much abuse. And every time he does, it cuts to his face looking sad and forlorn off to the side because he's trying. And he just keeps getting the stick.
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
Okay, you, working class man, goes to Nottingham for work. Work clothes? But they're very nice work clothes. I'd wear this. Maybe not this shirt. Kind of looks like an older aunt's curtains or wallpaper. But the waistcoat and the coat is nice. Married. Working hands.
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you
Sure,
what my
looks like it's
concern
made of
is.
wallpaper or
Last
sandpaper.
night, I were on the train as usual with my
Ah, that's just
colleague,
2013,
Eddie Hall.
2014
Then along came
textures.
this ridiculous ticket inspector who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train, and he was extremely rude about it.
Were you aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes.
People
I heard
always
the
say
ticket
there's not enough
disappeared.
graphical difference
But I don't care
between
because we would have stopped before then anyway.
2012
Our
games
tickets
onwards.
were valid, and no doubt about it. And
But it's
then,
there.
To top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, because their type don't need a ticket.
Every passenger left the train, except the Chileans.
Can you recall anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Akaviri.
Goodbye, sir. The ticket inspector forced all the passengers from the train except for the directors of the Barcazas Chilean Company.
So, prototype owner off. All the working class passengers off. Chilean board of directors on. Prototype, I imagine, still on. So my thinking, right, is they've got the prototype, and they've got some potentially high-value hostages. Listen to me, Yorkshire accent being all racist like. I don't know what I was doing just then.
The insurance policy for Robinson's machine. A significant sum.
I don't do accents. Can't even do my own. Insurance policy, organized by Thomas L. Robinson for his prototype called the Autonomous Electricity Generator. Policy partially covers the loss of the prototype up to 50% of its value. Max cover amount £15,000. Insurance duration 1 year renewable.
A telegraph.
Anything else to look at? Nothing else to look at? Alright, Skitty boy.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir.
I don't
My
think
name
I
is
was even
Sherlock
trying
Holmes.
specifically for a
I am
Yorkshire,
investigating the unfortunate disappearance of last night's
or just reading
train.
out with a voice.
I see. I'm Station Master Bertram, but my supervisor has not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions.
Old GF being British would occasionally ask me, or dare me, or challenge me to do an accent, but there was no way I was gonna do it. I got no confidence. Young fellow. Clothes are clean. He's still got his how-to book. Ink all over his fingers. Wet behind the ears.
Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham.
Holmes
But yesterday,
unnerving as he stares people
everyone
up
was
and
asked
down.
to get off the train here
In
at
the
my
right
station.
lighting, right?
I've no idea why.
In the
They
right
claim
lighting and the
train.
right angles.
But the worst of it
He
is that
kind
now
of
I
looks
have
like
to deal
Data.
with two
Not
furious
always,
passengers who are complaining
because
about
like
the
he's got
company's
lines on
service.
his face and
They've stayed
wrinkles,
here the
and
whole
so for the
night,
most part he
but
doesn't.
People do not usually pay much attention to the
But
regulations.
when the light
you
catches
see.
him just right, he
There are
kind of
very
does.
strict and clear
So
rules. Paragraph 234
it's
of
almost
Article
sometimes like being
2G-43
stared down by an android
states that
analyzing
in the
you
event of a complaint,
totally.
You must.
Yes, thank you. I understand. Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I
Data
did,
without the
and I
makeup.
mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
Confidential, you say. How long have you been working here?
I've worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
So 2 weeks. Rookie station master.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram. Your age and your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
What? No, he finished his GCSEs at 16 and now he's worked here for 2
You
years.
wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
And you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Ah, that is... Well, I'll tell you everything. First of all, I scolded the ticket inspector, for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
Chesterfield is as far as we get. Then the net crashes become too much.
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was the peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
We ought to visit Chesterfield Station. We need to confirm if the station master saw the train or not.
Man, there used to be a time when Zuckerberg was human, and I thought, what are these jokes about Zuckerberg being an android? It's just silly. But the more he went on, the more it really started to show. Like, young Zuck, you look at him, that's just an arrogant college kid, right? You look at him now, he really took the mask off. If that guy's not a lizard, he is a machine. Bag. Can't see the bag away yet. Anything to toss together? No trace of train. Vanished? Chilean stayed? Special wagon? No? Special wagon for Chileans? There we go. There's my first go. Chileans are left. intentionally on the train. That's targeted, wasn't an accident. How's a conductor going to overlook high-value targets? But nothing else really yet? I hope I didn't miss anything.
It's a scandal.
Because I am kind of rushing through this to get back to where we were yesterday.
According to this document, you have insurance for your prototype.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find it?
Near the telegraph station.
I must have lost it when I tried to send a message, which I was prevented from
I
doing.
apologise for that, but regulations state that public access to the telegraph is strictly prohibited.
Upon my word, you keep on digging that hole of yours. You have no idea who I am.
Do you know who I am? The grip sack. Regulation says the grip sack has to go to luggage,
I see that you kept your grip sack with
after
you.
which you'll rob it.
Why don't you leave it in the luggage room?
I've had other things to think about. I lost my prototype. And this idiot station master just stands here doing nothing to help.
Oh, but
Well, that won't do at all. Station master, I believe that the regulations state that any passenger luggage should be taken to the luggage room.
Does that include carry-on?
sorry, sir.
Service is awful in the north.
This Robinson is quite a character. We should learn more about him.
Okay, was the luggage. Left luggage.
Real?
There you are.
This grip sack belongs to Mr. Robinson.
I just realized there's kangaroos on
Sure,
it.
It, Holmes. This is what they call force majeure. I'll keep watch.
In case you forget, he's Australian. The lockpick minigame for this one, a little bit different. And then connect over... Oh, do I want it further up? Actually. Connects up here. And then just do the bottom one to connect, and good. Good? Up there? Now, do I want it here then? Oh, I see. I'm off by one on the green. And the yellow. Move the green up. Move everyone else into position. Huh, yeah? Okay, angle tricks. See, a lockpick minigame doesn't have to be totally literal. An abstraction could be fun too.
Look, Watson, a bundle of contracts. Very suspicious. We should study them carefully.
Exclusive sales contract for Emerson Electric. Exclusive sales contract regarding the prototype invention dedicated to appliance supplying electricity in an autonomous way. Emerson Electric Company, the buyer, understands that they are purchasing this device as is and are in agreement. Mr. Thomas L. Robinson, the seller, is not responsible for any problems that may arise with the prototype after the purchase, whether or not those issues were known by either party at the time of the purchase. Buyer is obligated to make prepayment in the amount of 10% of the prototype price in advance upon signing of the contract. The remainder should be transferred within 1 month term. Exclusive contract with Emerson Electric. Exclusive sales contract, Hong Kong General Electric Company. Exclusive sale contract, Baracus Chilean Company. Exclusive sales contract, Medicine General.
An exclusive. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the... Yet another. This. Yet. Mr. Well, it is very clear that this Mr. Robinson received prepayments from various people for his machine.
So 5 exclusive contracts, with a prepayment of 10% each, and insurance if it goes missing, for 50%. Guy's making bank. Prototype has insurance, and many customers. Prototype has insurance, and the train's gone missing. Special wagon? Robinson's motive. Loss of the prototype will bring a lot of easy money to Mr. Robinson, thanks to the insurance and multiple fraudulent exclusive contracts. You don't think that maybe he's paid off the train people to help him out here? And the board of directors. Oh no, they've already given their 10% prepayment. I didn't consider this, but they're probably dead. Telegram. Many customers of the special wagon. Robinson's a victim. The loss of the machine is a disaster to Mr. Robinson, even if he planned this fraud. He has lost far more than he could gain. The insurance will not cover the total cost of the prototype. But 50% insurance plus 10% prepayment 5 times. That's the whole value. And he's probably got this going on over and over again.
This Robinson fellow
Suspicious to me. Warehouse, he's already right. Nothing's in the warehouse. If there is a conspiracy among the train operators and station masters, it's probably not Mr. just graduated GCSEs 2 weeks ago here. Alright, so we're next. This building is fake, right? It's fake, we can't go into it.
This Robinson.
Okay, so Chesterfield next. Chesterfield? Or with British place name pronunciation, Earthfield. Earthfield train station. See this one right, if you want to go through. Gotta go indoors to the lobby, pay your ticket, then go out. So this one at least is better defense. Is there external fencage? So you could just walk up this way if you wanted. I know it's going to see. They probably have ticket checkers, but probably not all hours. It's always kind of a disappointing moment when you purchase your ticket for the train, and then you board, and you get to your destination, nobody's checked your tickets, and the gates to get out are wide open. So you could have gone for free, but no, you had to be nice and proper.
A fishing advertisement.
And it gets me every single time.
I had thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not.
Wait, did we get the telegram from this place yet? Yeah, we did. Didn't we? We know of the telegram. Yeah, we did. Churchville Railway Location, train learner 324 arriving at 330, Broad 35. They do have people on the train checking if you have ticket, but sometimes they don't. If it's especially late at night or way early in the morning, they might not bother. Okay, let's see. Oh, is that his lunch? Oh, he's got so much salami. But I've been plateauing. I've been plateauing for the past week straight at like 210 and 211. So I really gotta push if I want to be sub 200 by the end of December. So, not gonna steal his salami.
How could he fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up. Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
What? The 18-hour 72 train has arrived?
Good day to
1872.
you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
Profile, he is soused. Red nose. You know, fun fact, but Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, they thought wouldn't be a hit because red nose is associated with drunkenness. Clean clothes. Married. Oh, no. Alcohol flask. I didn't click that one yet. I was going for the ring. Married, then alcohol flask. There you go, game. And fishing wire.
Were there any passengers who got off that particular train at your station last night?
No.
Gonna do workout. Oh, well, there go
Seems
for
to
it.
me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No doubt you were very busy.
I haven't
You don't
experienced a
say.
third vaccine yet,
You
but
can't ever get
I
any
haven't.
peace
I've heard it's
around
not as bad as the first
you
two,
have to
as far
send
as
a
like
telegram each time a train
being
arrives
knocked
at
out
the
goes.
post.
So best of luck with your workout.
The station master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram.
Oh, he's got a portrait of
I
Queen
remember
Victoria in the
everything quite
background.
It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
Oh, cute. You clearly remember the train, except you've been binge drinking.
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful to you. Please don't go harsh on me.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
Is
It
worthless.
will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be trusted.
Okay, examine the station. We got the waiting hall with nothing. Left luggage
Locked.
is locked.
There is no sense in asking the station master to open it. We shall have to pick the lock.
Okay, let's see. Get you up to a place I could look at. Maybe just line them up for now. Because if they're all lined up, then it fits, right? Lined up. Hey, there you go. But I can't remember what was in here. Just the mud and the tools.
These tools were used quite recently. They are still muddy. We should ask about them.
Muddy tools used recently. Lots of pickaxes, lots of hammers. Or not hammers, shovels. I know tools, I promise.
Railway post bags.
If it was one person, one pickaxe, one shovel, we'd be plenty. Here they have a whole team. They had the Chileans dig their own grave.
Bags were recently dragged here.
Stealing wine
French
for the
wine.
post.
A remarkable vintage. These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
You don't know.
Shameful.
Maybe he saves up. And then, the confirmation of my pet theory.
A handcar wheelbase.
Aha.
Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere.
The means of making the train disappear.
Watson, please tell me, do you believe in magic?
Of course not, Holmes.
Then you are of the opinion that a train cannot simply disappear.
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But that is it. We didn't see the train itself.
But... Oh, Holmes, I'm a little confused.
Come on, Watson, you're a doctor. How'd you get that PhD? Even I figured this out, just by seeing the train disappear. Right? Because look, right? There was no disturbance on the tracks or the dirt, so whatever came down the line, left along the line. So a handcart with a lamp that they could dim is the obvious solution. And here we go. Exactly, headlight on the manual rail thing. And that's all the validation. And this is about when the stream disconnected for the second time. So 1 hour in, and we are completely caught up to yesterday now. No trace of train, but there was a handcar and spare parts for fake train experiment. Reconstruct the handcar to see if it can imitate the vanished train, of course. All you need is a lamp, a whistle, and the cover of fog to go forward just enough to spook the people on the station, and then handcart back. Alright, so what's this? Wheel. Put the wheel on the axle. I am good at this. What have we got? Wooden base? So I don't get any more wood? We have more wood? Wood? Wooden board? And there's the crankety crank. Alright, what's missing then? A small gear housing? Small gear? And is that it? Is anything else missing? Another wheel to go on? We good on wheels? No more wheels needed? Brake. Where to put the brakes? I don't see housing for brakes. Do we not use brakes? I don't see any other interactable hotspot on this. Except for a very brief, what's this? Wooden board? Oh, to take the board out. Is it take the board out and then put some mechanism in first? Oh, there you go. You can turn it around. All right. Then brake. Brake? I can't see the brake anymore. Oh, there we go. Brake joint.
So, now here we have the fake train that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
And now it's all
Much
new
like a train
content.
to me.
Be patient, Watson, I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle.
Imagination. Evidence required. Okay, so the whistle's lit, the headlamp's lit. Have we got to find one? Requires evidence.
We need to attach a
Alright. Find a headlight and a whistle. Well, they had a headlamp all the way at Evesham. Parts? Headlight with a dynamo machine. Alright. And a whistle. Oh, everything's here. Alright, so we don't gotta go all the way to Evesham to grab spare parts in their warehouse. pole for the lamp. Fire extinguisher. Also, now that is a hefty hatchet. Okay, first the long pole.
The long pole is now attached. It will allow us to connect the headlight.
Thank you, Holmes.
The headlight is attached. The steam whistle is now connected.
Holmes, what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear Watson.
What do you call it? Extinguisher for the whistle pressure. Exactly as he said it, right before he said it even.
The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here.
Alright, so doing that makes the light light up. It can always disconnect it, huh? If they want to operate the cart to the wagon without lighting that up.
The steam whistle is ready to be used. Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train that vanished in front of us last night. The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So, such a thing
I
is
am somewhat in
possible.
awe of the criminal mind,
If someone
Captain.
went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely with the intention of stealing the real one.
Ah, Watson, you should not jump to conclusions. In fact, this does not tell us very much at all, except that the train did not evaporate into thin air.
Although you
Where could
half
it be?
suspected it.
At any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
The several
Well, I hope that
suitcases of
justifies our having to
encyclopedias.
load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver.
Alright, so. So we were here. Train disappears there. Coming in from Nottingham. Every passenger and Mr. Robinson kicked off in Nottingham, not in Burlington. But Prototype and the Chileans continue at least to Chesterfield. At least. This guy is a bit unreliable because he's a massive drunk. So somewhere between here and here, we get the Phantom handcart, and the train somewhere vanishes. I think it's a quarry. Train must be all the way down here. Chileans may or may not be alive. It depends if they're hostages, or if Mr. Robinson is guilty and has a gang or hired people, removing witnesses and liabilities after they've already paid their 10% prepayment. But I think it's here. Where's my archive? Watson, the bags, please.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Easiest thing to do is to make fake train without having to get rid of the train. Like with the clocks. Is this before daylight saving times? I have no idea. Spare parts, fake train. Vanished earlier. The train never reached Evesham. It disappeared earlier and was faked by somebody using a handcar and spare train parts from Chesterfield Station. Fully agreed. Chesterfield Telegram. But the Chesterfield Master's untrustworthy. Is he a drunk or a participant? The train passed through Chesterfield Station, despite our being unsure if the station master sent the report. It might've. Even if he's a drunk, right? He'd see something, he'd just be extremely unreliable. Maybe they went past him, and then made the train disappear. Or Miss Chesterfield. It never passed through Chesterfield Station. The station master was drunk, and his testimony seems unreliable. He could have sent the report without witnessing the train. I think it passed through. For now, we'll see what that does. What if they missed Chesterfield? Does it contradict anything? Nothing contradicted? Okay. Hey Eduardo, this is a ghost train case. A case so mysterious that not only has a whole train vanished, but it made the stream vanish twice yesterday. Very spooky. Very chic for the Sierra. But it's not as spooky as the case of the disappearing background music. Dirty instruments? Alright, the shovels and pickaxe.
You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Ah, yes. Well, thank you for reminding me. I should clean them. Although, it might be easier to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
Oh, don't rain again. I love the rain, but I don't want the internet drops.
Some workers come here and borrowed them from me.
Workers, you
They
say?
wanted to lift the edge of the railways of one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
When was this? Because I kind of believe him. He's a drunk idiot, but I don't think he was involved personally. At least one participant in this gang was disguised as the train conductor. Or the ticket checker. So it's possible that they asked him for the shovels and pickaxes when the train stopped here. So the train did stop here. And they're like, hey mate, can we borrow your tools? And he's like, yeah. Then they go up ahead and use said tools to divert the tracks to the quarry, ditch the train, possibly bury the Chileans, who knows. This is the one with the drinking problem, yes.
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company.
Not even from the
But
company,
they
this
was
guy's
fine
easy.
lads. They invited me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a good to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening.
Yesterday, when I didn't even have the full picture, I was entertaining the possibility that maybe, instead of this being part of the Robinson scam, that maybe this is retaliation against Mr. Robinson? And if they weren't English, maybe the Chileans weren't left on board as hostages, but were a ruse from the start to get into Mr. Robinson's reach and then abscond with the prototype? That the board of directors end up being the same workers that ply him with booze for the tools and then divert the train to the quarry. It's a possibility. Oh, my portable archives is brought with the carriage. Is it the same driver each time? Oh, that's lovely. Okay, alright, where's my archives?
This suitcase contains my archives. We can consult with it if needed. It is fortunate that we took it with us.
See, this is Sholmes' PDA. His portable, digestible archives.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
Okay, so the train is here. And there's that trail and that road. So yeah, right here. Bam.
Here it is. There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations.
No, because it went past
There is one more
Chesterfield.
station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and Evesham, and there should be a side railway to the nearby quarry.
There is a side
There
road
is
to
a
the
small
quarry,
section of a railway at the end of Evesham station.
which wasn't used because no one went by Evesham. Clearly it's between.
I'm always wondering what...
Unknown station. Railway switch. I'll stop by it. I want to see what it's like. Maybe we'll get some ideas to how the switches work. I've only seen the switches in cartoons and video games, so I can only assume that they're exclusively used by shooting them or hitting the large mallet. Okay, Bridlington and Chesterfield.
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
Okay, so they wouldn't have had to use a tool to lift the tracks to move things over. They could have just used a switch. There's mines. Possibility then. The train would have had to disappear after Chesterfield. Because it went on from there. This guy is all alertness, he would have known. But then maybe the handcart went all the way back through here. And then switch. And then go up to the mines. So, it could be base of operations, it could be loot disposal. Ditch the train in here, ditch the loot in here. Are you telling me that this song is a 10-hour loop that could loop for a whole hour, seamlessly, and then has the most awkward pause between loops at the 1 hour mark? Oh well. They can't all be perfect. Rice paddies of England.
Mines. This is interesting.
What are Mayans doing in England? That's the next game. I suppose it's a possibility, weirdo.
For someone to redirect
But
the train towards the mines.
But that's why the old accounts that used to have 10-hour things and 1-hour things that ended up banned for whatever reason were the true heroes, because they put effort into their loops. Be it 1 hour or 10, they made sure it was good all the way through. I could only imagine that it must have been like some Nintendo copyright that eventually struck them down.
Here are the mines homes. They appear to be abandoned. This is an administrative panel. See what it says.
It says nothing. We need the alchemical lab to open it up.
Watson, you are a gentleman, and gentlemen tend to carry handkerchiefs. Might I borrow yours?
But what is Watson gonna cough into daintily?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Very well. Here it is.
Coal. Company. I mean, that's it, isn't it? We a coal company? We a coal company.
WEA Coal. These mines belong to them.
Or archive? Archive WEA? Oh, we can't archive WEA. Vehicular traces. Ooh. There's like, are those hoof prints? So they could have brought the portable wagon up and then transferred to a cart. Wow. Wait, what is this? What do I have here?
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
What is this device I have in my hand?
Nothing.
You see what I mean about in Devil's Daughter, there are some mechanics expected to be clairvoyant on. The majority of them, the expectation is you played Crimes and Punishments first, so you know how it works. But this I have no clue what this is. Oh, it's a tape measure.
Nothing interesting here.
Varna Electra Atlantic. Now it must be Western Electronic Arts. Nothing interesting in the spacing between the two?
Nothing interesting.
What about the spacing between the bottom track and the top track?
The distance between the tracks is about 4 feet 8 inches. A lightly loaded vehicle came this way.
And the hoof prints aren't all that important?
There is a wooden beam lying on the rails. A small vehicle with wooden beams went down this way.
A sub-label for Warner Bros. Music Group. WMG! We gotta get DMCA'd for the sub-company coal company. No, it is a coal
This mine
mine.
has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful, I am not entirely surprised.
It's difficult to follow you, Holmes.
Oh, those other places where a base of operations where the loot might be. Adjacent buildings. Maybe the wooden door there? An empty place. Buried, maybe? Pickaxes and shovels.
Someone removed these screws, most probably to take down the rails. A few feet of the rails have been dismantled.
And if this place has been abandoned, then there's no reason for anyone to come up here. So perfect place to bury something, yeah? Has the ground been disturbed? No, all the moss and things are perfect. But maybe they came this way, right? To take some rail and some sleepers that were no longer needed. To plant some more down elsewhere to divert the train? Pile of stones. Oh, hello, who are you? A strange box. It's a bomb!
This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside.
Kaboom. Sawdust.
Sawdust. I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
Can we put it down first on the rocks to blow it up? Aha. So what use do they have? They couldn't have been intending to clear out all of this rubble, could they? I don't think so. No box?
This box must be the safe. Let's open it.
Minigame? Lockpick minigame? A lockpick minigame. With a more complex lock. Okay, let's get things lined up this way first. How's this look? That looks pretty good-ish. That can't be right. I don't think that's right. Unless there's another line on either of these. Nah, that's all the way back to the start, so I think this one is wrong. It looks right though. Oh, hold on, no, there's a second orange layer. Yeah? Line you up.
The Mexican company Caracao and the Chilean Barcazas Both want to buy the mines. I need more information. Perhaps Mike
Barkazas,
could
one of the mines, and the prototype. New instructions to We Coal security personnel. We inform you that the representatives of the Barkazas group are granted free access from now on. This company is a future owner of the mines. Also, starting from today, a no trespassing rule is upheld against any representative of the Caracal Consortium. The preliminary contract of sale has been cancelled. Do not provide any explanation. This information is confidential. Further layers onto this. Does that mean we're trespassing right now? This is the sole property of Barkazas? Baracus? They have their own shovels here, and pickaxes. Nameplate.
This is the cabin for the mine's security personnel.
So then, when was this bought out? And how recently abandoned? Did they buy it knowing it was abandoned? Oh, we can't go in here? So it's possible this is a Chilean scheme. Or maybe a Mexican group trying to take some advantage. Okay, what about to the new and unknown station? While I sort through my new clues. Mexicans versus Chileans. Willing to purchase the mines, but the mines are collapsed. The mines are blasted. The mines are blasted, hence the collapse. Concealment. Collapse to hide the train, and dynamite used after the train was moved inside. Or sabotage. Collapse with dynamite. Somebody wanted them to close intentionally. I think so. Then again, the station master at Chesterfield was drunk, huh? He might have heard the whistle on the push cart and assumed the train had arrived, but it hadn't. But then again, one handcart for the loot and all the equipment and all the workers. In the cartoons, the handcart is enough space for one guy in the front, one guy in the back. Maybe some walking space around. It's not very big. So I can't see it being a big haul thing. So I don't think the train came to this mine. I think the train went further on. I still think it's a quarry, but they ditched it. Rails to mines are missing because of the Mexican-Chilean rivalry. No? Not to mention that the mine is before Chesterfield, so they couldn't have possibly disappeared the train before getting everyone off and continuing down. They'd have to double backed, and the station master would have noticed. Donster? Just sneak directly onto the tracks, nobody could stop you.
There's a flooded area over here.
They flooded?
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking.
So you never get to find the train then. I was thinking, right, that you got these quarries here. You had these quarries here, and then you had this reservoir right on top. And I was thinking that's a lovely place to flood it, and I guess they have. So you're never gonna get visual confirmation. Is a train in the mines? Is a train flooded under the broken levees? You have to deduce it, induce it, and then make your best guess. A traditional brown Christmas soda? It can't be root beer. I heard Scandinavian folks think root beer tastes like medicine. Christmas drink and brown. Dr. Pepper. Eggnog flavored Dr. Pepper, am I right? Oh, yes. Wait a minute, hold on. There is a pole in the way, though. So I don't think the train could have fit through here. No. Unless there's a break further up the line. There is a break further up the line. And it's got a switch.
This railway branch should lead to the quarry. Let us take a look.
No, come back, Holmes.
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
And it goes right into
The
it, doesn't
rail
it?
is rusted and looks old, but the railway is still usable.
Still usable. So it doesn't get frequent use, but it can be used. And I see indentations where rails and sleepers had to have recently been used. This is soft, muddy ground. Yeah, the train's here. The evidence is beneath the new lake.
The railway ends here. That is strange.
Jewel Brews. Oh, I never heard of this. Everybody else has such delicious Christmas traditions.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Tastes like Christmas. I can't even imagine. But how would that feel? Cold but warm? A bit frosty? Sugary? Oh, that was weird. The lake bubbled, but audibly I heard it coming from, like, real life. Okay, let's try the station. Who's this? Station Master? Master? Donster Station Master?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Is that so? Well, good day, gentlemen. I am Mr. Duff, the station master of this station. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you about last night.
Dr. Pepper with a slice of lemon for Eduardo? I haven't tried that, but lemon does make everything better, so I should. Once I break through this 210 plateau! Like legit, name anything and lemon does make it better. Soy sauce, improved. Spices, improved. Drinks. Naturally. He's melancholy. Aww. They tried to market it, but it didn't stick? I can't imagine it didn't. I can't imagine it did if it didn't become the default flavor. But it shoulda. A bit of that sweet lemony zest. No watch. And he doesn't have... He has no watch, and he doesn't have any badge of office. Neither the shiny metal honorary pin, nor the patch that the newbie kid and the lush have. A missing button. This guy is not regulation. And he's not married. No, he might be married. A ring mark. But is he recently is he broken up, and that's why he's melancholy. And it's not that he's a saboteur who was disguised as a station master. He's just so brokenhearted that he can't be bothered to maintain. I mean, look at how crooked his tie is. His giggle line is about here. Wait, no, the giggle line's down there. The central part, his meridian goes down this way, and the tie's like off to the side, and his collar's all sloppy. This guy is just broken. Oh, buddy, I'm sorry for suspecting you. Closeted with her. Everybody. Passengers, tell us about the flooded area. Was it flooded last night?
It appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map, there should be a quarry here, and behind that, the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
I was working in Nottingham, but I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper. I can't really complain.
My own spit trying to kill me as I muse on appreciating his accent. But a few months or so, the lake wasn't dynamited overnight. But it does make a convenient place to dump the train.
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph.
Wait, so the train did pass through?
Just the same as all the other nights.
Which direction? It came through here?
It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry. Instead, we can check the beach area around the flooded lake. Watson, would you like some tea?
No.
That just goes outside. Reported the train go past. Also gotta bear in mind that he isn't wearing a proper uniform. He's got no watch, he's got no patch, he's missing a button. So his presence is suspect. He's got 2 waiting halls, fancy. At a cutscene?
A funny character. He looks anxious.
And he is not an Englishman.
What are you talking about, Wither? I'm an absolute slob. So it's always possible. Sniff the cigar stub. Alright, this minigame.
Familiar to me, but in order to recognize it, I must combine my associations into one picture.
Okay, what do we got? Mint leaves. Just mint leaves? And cigar smoke. It's a sombrero! Oh. This is the full range of motion for the mint leaves? Okay. The only clothing Mexican people wear. I suppose so, huh? How do I get this to fit? Do I go the other way? I go the other way. Then you come down. Oh, you're the end of the sombrero, the smoke. And you come here. What does the smoke remind me of? And then suddenly you hear playing. Da 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 da.
A greenish brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of pepper.
Maybe it's a roulette wheel. It's a roulette wheel. That's what it is.
Ricardo.
You already know the name of businessman. Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo Turrent, a Mexican cigar of an excellent quality. Quite an expensive one, too.
Did the smoke just fly up as the cigar fell down? Okay, what are we looking for here? With our devilish eyes. Because I don't think there's any sombreros here. So, those are the two doors to the waiting room, right? There's one door to the tracks and to the front. Tickets. Ashtray. Piece of burnt paper. Ooh.
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma. A hint of...
This guy's been smoking all the cigars.
These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one that we found on the
Wait,
floor. Some of the
there was ash on the
stubs
floor?
were recently smoked. There are others that appear fairly old.
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at Doncaster Station.
Waiting for something then. So if the train... Maybe he was keeping an eye out for the train. And that could be evidence that he didn't see the train come in to the Quarry Lake. Ash cigar stumps and those blue face masks. You see, that's why I just found my own face mask. A cloth one that I could use whenever, repeatedly. I mean, I guess most people did. But if need be, the temporary ones are good for, like, if you don't have your own. I'll see you downstairs. Anywho, Paper, what do you say? Those Chileans? Swine. Oh, I thought that was Chilean wine. They think they can snatch the future of our company from under our noses. We must not allow that to happen.
Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans.
So this could be a Mexican attack on the Chileans' board of directors. Possibly? And maybe this guy here is just a lookout to see if anybody comes snooping. Everyone thought Michoacan, Mexico was Michigan. You see, stuff like that, Alberto, is why for one of my classes, university, lower level one, an intro to something else that featured a lot of stuff in like Mexico and the surrounding areas, made absolutely sure that we studied and memorized our Mexican states at a minimum, because if everyone else has to memorize the US ones, we were going to memorize Mexican ones, especially since so much of the subject matter was like, which one did this come from? Of course, confession time. Much like my Deutsch class that was years ago, so I missed most of them. Horse racing magazines.
Newspaper articles on horse racing. Hurdles, steeplechase, and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast, Holmes.
He's melancholy. He doesn't wear his ring. And he's deep into horse racing. The crypto bro of the day. Betting tickets. Have they all lost?
Betting slips for horse racing. The sums are quite impressive.
Oh, he's sunk everything into
It can be an
these.
expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
Used all his savings, lost his wife, and now these foreign company conflicts come in with a plan to pay him off, to help them out. He's got nothing else to lose. It might give him the capital for one final gamble. Contact Mycroft? We do get to telegraph.
A telegraph.
Oh, we don't get to do a telegraph minigame.
Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
Oh, that was quick, Mycroft. There are two companies, the Chilean Barcazas and the Mexican Caracal. Both wanted to purchase the WEA coal mines. The Mexican Caracal consortium had established an initial deal and had prepared all the papers. However, the Chilean Barcazas, aided by their influential connections, managed to snatch a concluding deal from the mines, for the mines. Okay. That doesn't change too much, though. About a main character named Vita. Is he related to this Via Getty fellow we keep hearing about? Station Master Doncaster, depressed state, maybe recently divorced owing to the mark left by the ring on his ring finger. He used to work Nottingham. What if his wife is in Nottingham, and he keeps the ring off in Donster, so that the local ladies don't suspect him? His clothes are untidy. It appears that he finds his single life quite difficult. His master's watch is missing. It could be lost or stolen. Oh, pawned off for his gambling debts. Chesterfield is a lush, lazy, distracted, obviously not in a position to perform his duties well. Bridlington is a total newbie who tries his best, but he's sort of stickler for the regulations. Angry passenger, working man, goes back and forth to work. Australian. We haven't met. Blankety blank. So only one more person. Fellow named Vita. Great big historical villain comes up. Called Ars Rainier. Vita's a girl, has been eating right at Orphan Street Ravenous. So very short, and Rainier's extremely tall. Ars longa vita brevis. Yeah, it's a bit sloppy, but I'll smile for the wordplay. Evesham, first time we met. Talk about the race tickets. Inspect beach area, examine Donster railway station for details and clues. Side branch at Evesham. I guess we haven't done that yet, but there's no way. There's no way we made it all the way through. We were there, the train disappeared. We went out to look, there was nothing at night. Ah, the beach is all the way up there. We could go all the way up here. It is pretty cool how that works. Like, I don't know any Latin, but longa and brevis are pretty close enough to real words that we can figure it out. Coal and Chileans, Mexicans versus Chileans. No grudge? The Mexicans held no grudge against the Chileans? Business is business after all. Which is exactly why they got somebody prowling about the station. Old rail, flooded quarry, telegram, missing mine. Flooded quarry, and old railway to the quarry. A could be sunk. The train could have sunk at the flooded quarry, or there's no way. It's missing some rails. No, it's in there. Cold and Chileans, nothing connects yet. Nothing connects. Study more clues. Alright then, old man. Tell us about your gambling debts. And that guy's gone, huh? The lookout? And he's ghosted. Enough luggage is nothing, right? Haven't been here already?
Railway post bags.
What's this? The station master's bags.
This post bag belongs to the station master.
An old Greek quote, more famous in Latin, maybe about medicine. Art is long, life is short. A letter to the wife and a letter to the lawyer. Ouch. This already paints a picture. 7 Alpine Street, Basford, Nottinghamshire. My darling, I ask you to trust me this time. I shall soon have more than enough money to repay the house mortgage. It's only a matter of days. You may continue living in the house without me, since that is your wish. Please know that I still care about you and hope that you will forgive me one day, despite all the harm I have caused in recent years. Yours, Edward. So see, he does have his wife in Nottingham, and just keeps his ring off here to attract the local company. What about the lawyer one?
The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble.
Oh, we can't read it though. Where's approved? There it is. Corwell Advocate Agency, Main Road, BR6 9HJ, Bromley, London. In reply to your last warning letter, I wish to assure you that I shall soon honor all of the latest installments I need to pay, according to my debts. Yours faithfully, Edward Duff. So, you have a mortgage to pay, you have some debts going, lawyers being warned. And you're pretty certain, Mr. Edward, that you can pay off all these debts pretty soon. Is that just a floundering of an indebted man, or do you truly have a cash flow coming in? Longa and brevis are only in relation to time. Huh. See, that I would not have guessed. Okay, then Edward, if that is your real name. He doesn't get a real name. The gambling man?
I observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon. Addiction to what?
Gambling, of course. Horse racing tickets.
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office. Well, we all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
It is, but it makes you a liability that is pressure that can be pushed on.
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room. Did you notice him?
From all the way back here.
A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
Goodbye, sir.
He feigns ignorance. He feigns ignorance. Donster Master received money. I mean, sure, he's assuring his ex-wife and lawyer that he'll send money and bought horse racing tickets despite blah 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 blah, but he could have saved up. He received money, and thus the telegram could be faked. Past Doncaster? He did report it. Or the train never passed through Doncaster. Donster. The station master lied and sent a false report. That's what I'm thinking. He had to be bribed. Concealment contradicts the sinking and passing by Chesterfield, because there's no way it did. Mines are sabotaged, because that's a business interest that got swooped up. And so if they can't have it, nobody can. Robinson has motive? But this once, he probably is a victim. But see, he's... all the prepayments plus the insurance does pay the prototype 100%. So this is true. This is not. It doesn't... it does make a connection. Chileans made the train vanish to steal the prototype from Mr. Robinson. They mighta. It's possible. Well, that means that sabotage is false. If the Chileans did steal the train of the prototype, then it could only be hid in the mines. You see how the deduction framework limits the deduction then, since it's very strict about the possibilities. If the Chileans were involved, then it could only be in the mines. It's impossible that the mines were collapsed by the Mexicans, and so the Chileans were desperate to steal this prototype and push it into the lake. No. Physically cannot sink the train. Wait, concealment contradicts what? That it passed Chesterfield. That it missed Chesterfield. But no other... what's down here? What are you? Miss Doncaster? Donster? We don't have enough to make like the Chileans were the ones who did it. Well, I'm pretty sure Robinson made all the money he wanted. He has simply missed out on his prototype. The Chileans are definitely left on board on purpose. It did pass through Chesterfield. The mines definitely are not holding the train, it's too high up on the line. And so my initial guess that it went into the lake is the only possibility I care about. And if it did, then it could not have possibly passed by here. And now all that's left is the beach. And this area a little past Evesham, huh? Which I refuse to consider as a possibility, but we'll check anyway. Just to see what we can suss up. But first I gotta pee. It's been almost 2 hours, so I'll be back in a second. Enjoy Holmes' reading Crime and Punishment. Alright, I'm back. Everything all sorted, accounted for, so let's go. Beach time?
Here we are at the beach that is located near the quarry and Doncaster Station. It doesn't look like a very good place to rest.
We see so far a wagon. Possibly, oh, there's some clotheslines, some laundry. Could be travelers here. Caravanners?
These traces were made by a carriage. Look,
Is it 4 feet 8 inches? Measurement.
the distance between the tracks
6 feet
is about
7.
6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle pressed this stone into the ground. It would have been quite heavy. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep.
And the tracks
These
at the
traces
mines
are
are
relatively
lighter.
fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials.
What's the side bits? There is a path that goes off to the side. And these rivets in the mud. No, just goes the same place. Refuse. Refuse what?
This place was abandoned fairly recently.
But they left their clothes behind.
Observing the coastline and the moored boats, we are able to see that the lake's water level dropped.
Mm-hmm.
The lake has flooded the quarry. The dam was probably breached.
Ah, but these tracks do go all the way into the lake. So something could have been pushed in here. Refuse left on sand. Metal plate. What's the label say? It says there's hair in my face. Las Zapotecas. Oh, Zarpas. Is this a belt buckle?
A label with the name Las Zarpas.
He's trying. Nothing else on the shore? Nothing else on the shore. But Watson, isn't this
I'm
romantic?
always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Shovels. But the shovels aren't important, or the oars. Now those are oars. But what are oars but shovels for water? Just refuse. And this is the wagon involved. A wrecked caravan, the wheels busted.
An abandoned gypsy caravan.
Holmes, language. I think this is a red herring. Is that blood? Well, it's not important, is it? It's just I can't analyze it. And it would appear there's nothing else here. No? That's it then. That's everything. Oh wait, there's porta potties and a sign. Exciting boat trips. Oh, this is just like the time we went to Scotland. Go to Loch Lomond to boat on the lake, but then it's stormy, so no boat lake. Here, the lake's dropped, so no boat travel.
An advertisement for lake cruises.
Is all this in revenge? Or somebody busting the dam and ruining the entire beach industry? Porta potties? Signage up top that I haven't seen before? Greetings from the lake beach. There is no way that that picture depicts this. Oh, I see then more lake to the left and the right, but the boats block us. What about up here? Could I go there? The pier? If I follow the road out and back around? It would appear not. Special transport. Rail lines missing. Rail lines missing. Doesn't connect to the old railway. Used to carry something very heavy to the lake. Neither the missing rail lines, we're not going to use the missing rail lines. The game clearly isn't to the same mind that I am in. So, who to talk to now? We got a to-do list. Side will rebranch Devisham. We still haven't finished examining Donster Railway Station. Any other clues we could use? Search the archives for Las Zarpas. Okay, archives, what do we got? John, please. John. Newspapers. Encyclopedias, art and architecture. Early relay. Economic science. Global economy. Das Kapital. Las Zarpas barge transportation. The typewriter is the future, but why not dynamite? The Las Zarpas barges are leaders in heavy goods transportation. The Las Zarpas label belongs to the Mexican consortium Caracal, who covers shipping, electricity services, and mining. Ooh. So they do have involvement here. Continue.
Here it is.
And that gives me another point of connection. The Mexican Caracal have barges. Railway to quarry? The quarry that is flooded? Special transport to carry something to the lake from where they have barges? By followers, primes, and viewers, I could. Or I could block this fellow. Bam. Well, either way, he's gone now. We are safe. To be honest, I kinda just take it at face value. But Russian Facebook, huh? Isn't that a bit redundant? Alright, so... it could be sunk, or it could be barged. The Mexicans had recently utilized barges of the lake. They could have transported something heavy. Would that mean unsunk? Old railway leads their missing rails? No, could be sunk then. Could be sunk but wasn't then. If accident, but it's not an accident. It's definitely not an accident. That's deliberate. But still need more clues. Alright, so Watson, come on. Would it be Donster, London? Down towards London? The store opens! The tracks don't go here, but if they had shovels and things, and brought with them some rails, they could probably connect it, couldn't they? Does this switch work? Remains of a building.
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd.
They wanted to make a sick ramp. So VK is basically just a carbon copy of Facebook, but in Russian. Of all the social media websites, the lift hole, Facebook is kind of not very attractive though, is it? If it's like 2009 era Facebook design, I can kind of get it. But I don't know. Russian pop culture is pretty interesting. The old GF was half Russian on her mother's side, and so spent a few summers of her childhood near the neighborhoods, would like show me old Russian cartoons from the Soviet era that Gran would play for her. So it definitely is interesting. And pretty neat how between Soviet animation and Disney, influences like swap back and forth.
Traces. Let's take a closer look.
Measurement.
The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches.
That's about how they were over at the beach, wasn't it?
The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep.
So it's not
These
the traveler
traces are
wagon.
relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials.
Or was it?
The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham and at the lake were from the same vehicle.
Holmes, are we on the same track as the flooded quarry?
Are we? Would it be? Hold on. Map? The beach is here, right? The beach is all the way up here, but there are tracks leaving. Horse tracks. Horse and wagon tracks. They could have gone up this road to get to the beach, yeah? So, with the entire lake and quarry now the same water level, they could, pushed the train out here, or at least a special car. Flood the rest of the train, put the special car onto a barge, barge back up, and then cart away. A treasure trove of illegal downloads cause Russia? Well, that, at least, is a valuable service. Dismantled warehouse. Who to talk to this about? The tracks do go on further this way.
This road should lead to the town of Evesham.
To town of Evesham. And from there, road access to every place else. But that's not the... It's not... Well, I guess it is that, huh? Because we're rail tracks. Alright, what does the old man know? Train service, no. There he is. He's got mechanical know-how, he's working on his bicycle.
It appears that there was a small warehouse near your station, and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
What was inside the warehouse?
Nothing of value. A few 100 feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal all of that. Why would anyone want to?
To make it easy to move
See you later, my good man.
a train onto old tracks to the lake. But they could have lifted it from the mines too, since those also had rails and sleepers that were taken away. Stolen rail track. Road into the mines. Someone stole the railway to the temporary cover. Stole the rails to temporarily cover the missing section of the railway into the mines. Temporarily cover the missing section of railway into the mines. Would probably mean the mines are collapsed and rails stolen about 2 weeks prior, or at most. And then this warehouse burgled. There's gotta be some other contradictory evidence. It's gotta be like an either-or thing. Because I have not yet seen basic facts of the case that end up contradicting things. Because if that's true, then it would have had to stop before Chesterfield. And so far, I am not entertaining that possibility. What are we missing? Donster. Must speak more Donster. Where is our sad, melancholic man?
You'll find nothing interesting
Nothing
here,
here?
I'm afraid.
Next building over. Fake building. Fake building. Chesterfield, Bridlington? Examine the railway station for suspicious details and clues. Is not yet complete, so I'm still missing something here. What makes that interesting? What if it's possible to do stuff out of order? And thus miss out on an important clue or two, and then have to use an incorrect conclusion? Nothing on the walls. See, this is what the books do not perfectly capture, that a lot of Sherlock Holmes' activities is running around their face of the walls. until you find a dock to click on. So it is both doors. Was there something else where I missed in the waiting room? Luggage is no. Is there more to examine?
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
Yes.
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
Oh.
Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
Yes, Holmes, we know. That's old news.
Yes, Watson. We should certainly speak with him.
Oh, and he's warped in. So that was missing then, checking the ashtray a second time. To conclude that, wait a minute, this case involves Chileans and Mexicans. What? Alright, final person.
Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have some questions.
Are you the police?
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
I'd smoked
A
for several
formidable
days.
journey, no doubt. Which country are you from?
De Chile.
So you're Chilean? Profile? Or so he says, but Holmes recognized these cigars as of Mexican make, and people only smoke and consume products of their own homeland. Bow tie, sharp dresser, smart clothes, strong build, so he could have moved an entire train by himself. Smokes cigars, expensive cigars, and knows martial arts. I thought you were oh wow, Holmes. Wow.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
Yeah, Holmes. Why? Just because of cigar? Mexican cigars, the burnt note also? Burnt note, which one's that? Insurance policy? No. Mr. Robinson? There's a note. Mexicans and the Chileans? What's it say? Is it not here? No. Where's the burnt letter? To lawyer. Do I not have the burnt letter in here? I guess I don't. That's weird. What if I want the exact wordage of the letter? Judging by the expensive brand of the man's cigar, the clothes that he wears, we may conclude that he is financially wealthy. The small, strong smell of tobacco surrounds him and his breath is harsh, indicating he's been smoking heavily for the past few days. The back of his hands are red and calloused. A man who has well practiced the martial arts. Highlighting a conflict between Mexicans and Chileans. It does say those Chileans, blah blah blah, not allowed to do this. So the note could be a giveaway. No? Select correct answer. But it's also a smoking gun.
Chile?
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
Because of your cigar. You smoke Mexican cigars, therefore you can only be Mexican.
Because of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos. So what?
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
Ergo, anyone who smokes fine Cuban cigars become Cuban, from the DNA leaching from the cigar to the person.
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business brought you here?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros. Where did you arrive yesterday? They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
This could be
Who
true.
authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Which is?
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
Not a very friendly man, and he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
I'm not sure if I could use his given accent and dialect as evidence, since that could be a limitation of what voice actors they could afford to hire. So, not putting too much weight on the dialect used, but he is very standoffish, and cigar aside, why would he wait here if he was Mexican, and the deed's been done? Suspicious Mexican at Donster. Sholmes isn't even considering the possibility that he might indeed be Chilean. Present at Donster for the past few days. No grudge, business is business, or the Mexicans are angry against the Chilean Barcazas group who were favored in purchasing the WEA coal mines. I mean, that's true. That grudge is there. A Mexican trap. The Mexicans organize. The Chileans stay on the train. That is why the controller removed all the passengers, except for the Chileans. But could be sunk, and passing Chesterfield are still contradicted by the road into the mine being stripped to cover the missing railway into the mines. Oh, now the stolen track covers the old railway to the quarry. For the quarry to temporarily cover the missing sections of old railway to the flooded quarry. Hence, the impressions in the fresh mud. And so it has been sunk. The Mexicans drowned the Chileans. A carefully planned murder. The Mexicans killed the Chileans and sank the train in a flooded quarry to hide their crime. Blind justice. The Mexicans' inhumanity towards the Chileans has cost many lives. We must act quickly. Contact Lestrade and allow the police to perform their loud and swift justice, even at the risk of international conflict. Or be more political. A criminal organization such as this cannot be confronted directly. It requires a delicate approach. Give Mycroft the chance to resolve the conflict, even though it might be protracted, and turn to his own advantage. But then why would he be waiting for several days at this station if the train's already been sunk? Also the barge to consider. But this would appear to be the only one that is satisfied by the use of the quarry. Quarry, it seems, would demand that the Mexicans did it. I guess Robinson doesn't matter here. Unless we tried to get this as a Robinson did it thing. No grudge? Business is just business? The whole note about the Chilean swine cannot do this, and the blowing up of the mine to prevent future use is just boys being boys and childish pranks? Chileans left on accident? Nothing gets Robinson out yet. And so, would not get beyond Chesterfield. They went to the mine instead, which has to be impossible. The train is sealed inside the collapsed mine. And so that is a Robinson route. All about money, Mr. Robinson is a financial swindler. With the aid of his minions, he sealed the train and his fake machine under the collapsed mine to make a fortune for multiple contracts and insurance claim. Disregarding the physical nature of the evidence. It could be. He does get 100% of the prototype's value between the insurance of the 5 pre-purchases. And so then maybe the reason why the Mexican fellow is waiting at Dorster is because he's waiting for the Chilean board of directors to arrive and do whatever, but he's never had his opportunity because the train never came. And he's aware of the disappearance, which is why he is using that as a cover. Hoping that 2 British gammons, everyone from, well, Texas and below, since Mexico is North America, so I can't even say Central and South, that everyone from Texas and below was all the same person to a British eye. Thomas Robinson is a guileful man who would not hesitate to sacrifice lives for his own personal gain. Contact Lestrade for loud, swift justice before he plans a new swindle. Or politics, Robinson's a swindler, but a famous man of influence. Direct confrontation is inadvisable. Preferable to accept Mycroft's political means of resolving the situation, even at the expense of justice. Now that's definitely not the same Sherlock Holmes we played in Chapter 1. It was perfectly willing to let politics be damned and just strut right into the house of an influential family and beat up with his gun every male relative of the influential household. Whether you're pondering saying something super racist ironically. Exactly. Irony isn't readily apparent. You know what? That's at least a good feeling you have that making people feel sad or bad kind of sucks. So, perhaps not the most appropriate to go for the ironic racism. Kudos on that. Plus, it is a well-verified phenomena that in spaces where, like, racist jokes and such are allowed ironically, it very quickly becomes unironic. The old Nazi bar thing, as you see with, like, political compass memes and other Reddits, where, oh, we're not racist, we're just edgy, right? It's just dark humor, we love dark humor. And maybe it does start off that way legitimately, but then a few months in, and it becomes very non-ironic. Ah, well, whether a better safe than sorry approach is admirable. Okay, so mines are if it missed Chesterfield. which I don't think is possible, right? The one sticking point is that, well, let me see. Bridlington is the one with the stickler. Chesterfield has a drunk. Donster has somebody who was possibly bribed, he's got lots of debts. And Evesham has someone who's a hard worker who was celebrated over the years. Like the Kurt Vonnegut quote, "We are what we pretend to be, so must be careful about what we pretend to be." Punch used to talk about that, like in regards to Dr. Disrespect. That if someone is if his only character is playing an asshole and he plays it so well for so long, is it really an act? Is his persona more the person? If that's the only shtick someone has for years on end? There's merit to it. There are certainly masks people wear in personas. But there's certainly other things that can be drawn from it. So the drunk is here, the stickler is here. They definitely did get off in Bridlington. So it's possible. They could have actually possibly used a railway switch. Physically, this guy's a drunk, and he was given lots and lots of booze. I think he did send out the telegram, but in a very drunken state. I think that's right, so I think he did attempt to record the train arriving and leaving. If he didn't, and say somebody else tried and was really sloppy at it, then it is entirely possible that the train is here. It is possible. But I don't think that killing a board of directors and hiding a whole train is part of his scheme. This guy is Australian, and his scheme seems more about having a fake product and fake exclusivity deals that lots of people pay for. And then maybe make the prototype disappear for the insurance money. Actually, if the Donster guy was bribed... Oh, hold on. There'd be no need then. I was gonna say that if he was bribed, then the super rich Australian sitting in Bridlington could totally have paid him off. But why would he if the train isn't gonna pass through here to go into the lake? We also become what we are perceived to be. That is true. It's like the final few episodes of Evangelion, where it goes all philosophical about what it means to be a self. Which is pretty true. I mean, if we're not just our own people we want to be, we are also our mistakes and our past selves, the things we try to be, but also the us that people see. We are amalgamations of all those competing faces of us. As to what we're doing in this game, we have collected all the clues we can, and we have to suss out what is the correct answer. Was it Robinson, who had everyone but the Chileans kicked off at Bridlington, then they switched on over to the mines that the Chileans owned and buried them in here with the evidence? Or is Robinson innocent of this, and the Mexicans came through, paid off the guy at Donster to look the other way, and then pushed the train into the lake, where they do operate a barge, there is a missing warehouse here, where rail was stolen. Weeks prior. Weeks prior. And the guy at this station has been here for a while. Oh, Wither. I'm pretty sure that Sherlock, with the Chilean, I thought you were Mexican, and that whole thing, is a little bit of some low-key racism from Sherlock. Maybe he's sussing out accents and cigars and who knows what. But maybe he assumes that all people of a certain heritage must have certain markers to him. I have no idea. But there definitely, I think, is a layer of, oh, you know, those Hispanic cartels, those bandito peoples. Possibly like, oh, you know, just harmlessly, it's just companies from down here that are competing. But draws from it. For that Wither, I am not surprised at all, I've got to say. That definitely sounds like something that would come out of the era. And you know what? I suppose in Devil's Daughter, the child-sized Brazilian slave that ends up being an accomplice kind of draws from that too then. Okay, so mine's is if it's Mr. Robinson. Quarry is if it's the Mexicans. What other conclusions can we make? If it missed Chesterfield and Miss Doncaster, what if it passed through both places? What if it passed through Chesterfield and Donster? Or I guess it's only those two options, huh? Could be sunk. Cannot be sunk. Quarry, mine. Okay, so it's physically impossible that the train passed both places all the way to Epsham. It's either Robinson or the Mexicans. A few millimeters removed from chronology. At least that Wither is accurate to the science of the era. Not just the use of chronology, but that the sciences were super racist. Both in the knowledge that was used and celebrated, but also how it's applied. It's a bit of big talk in anthropology that, oh, anthropology cannot be allowed to forget or be forgiven of its racist pasts when it was used as a tool of colonization. But you know what? We hate to admit it, but that's all the sciences. Every single science, even to today in many cases, were either built on the exploitation of others or paved over other people to promote a singular line of thought that is beneficial for a certain privileged European academic class and the states that back them. And many sciences continue in that lineage, proudly to this day. Like you just scrape off the upper layer of dust and oh my goodness, there's eugenics. The old pal just lying right there like a little goblin. You found me, it was eugenics all along. So at least anthropology shapes itself from that past to become like a field that objectively analyzes positions and relationships of power to like not quite absolve itself, but the tools of the oppressor becomes the tools against the oppressor. But yeah, man, that's the sciences. That's the sciences, and that's my tangent. I mean, for science as we know it today, phrenology was never a science of any kind, but that totally was an era where people legit believed that it's scientific fact that there are biological races, here are the different markers that physically demarcate each of the hyphenoid races, and, you know, phrenology was right there. So, looking at my evidences, the biggest thing against the possibility of it being the Mexicans is the Mexican fellow who was waiting, possibly for the Chileans. Maybe he attempted to what is it? To intercept the Chileans and seek some vengeance for them stealing up the mine's contract, but the train with them went missing. Which I suppose means that if it is Mr. Robinson, then boards of directors of every other company he dealt with must have also gone missing, or were at risk of. He's a swindler, fraudster, and should be hanged by his nuts until he died anyway. How about this? There's a possibility that the drunk and the gambler were both bribed, right? This guy's in severe debts, and then suddenly he gets a cash windfall to buy some very expensive tickets. And this guy did admit to being bribed with wine and good drinks. He said the people who bribed him weren't English. They could be Australian. But there's only one Australian we've seen. So it's likely that if they got off here and they were pushed to the mines and buried, that Chesterfield and Donster were then bribed to make it ambiguous as to where the train disappeared at, and to cover his tracks. Or they could have been bribed here and here. If the train was going through anyway, workers who don't work with the railway company, or who bribed him with alcohol, and then borrowed the tools, and then on they went. This was blasted weeks prior, and the spare rail part stolen. So these tracks here should have already been accounted for. They wouldn't have needed to steal parts from here or to borrow parts from here to bring back up there. Because this is out of the way, right? Nobody comes here. These mines were abandoned. Been recently bought out, so they had all the time in the world to lay wires, to lay tracks I mean, and then leave them there. Whereas, if they had stolen stuff from here, and then kept it at the beach here, in a wagon, and then barged it across, put some tracks down, run the train out this way, sink it, maybe take the prototype, and then barge back and drive away into the sunset. That is more compelling to me. I think that's how it went. When Wither takes over the world, there will be the only category of people facing automatic death penalty if you're convicted. Corrupt functionaries of the state monopoly on violence. Corrupt police, lawyers, and judges. Those definitely are among the worst kinds of corruption. You get a corrupt judge in, and that is so much justice blocked. Which is why, in Suzerain, one of the absolute steps I have to take is funding money to the justice system and clearing out the corruption. It just makes everything so much better. But yeah, I think it went to the Quarry. The Quarry was my initial guess, and it's still the most compelling. Has been sunk. Robinson had motive, but it doesn't matter, because the Chileans were targeted. That is what I'm going to go with. And we shall allow Mycroft to use his intrigue to do what he needs to do. Confirm my choice? Do it.
Then the case is solved, Holmes.
Hold on. Maybe now the music can stop, because there might be dramatic music of its own, who knows?
What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have the local constabulary and advice from our friend Lestrade.
Who's all the way down the
The
map.
problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal.
Oh
Our
no.
other option is Brother Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble, but it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. But I think I'd prefer to give Mycroft a chance. We should overlook our personal differences on this occasion.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
No, I did not say that we had finished here yet.
Watson, there are
Well,
sensitive
all right.
details that can't be
What
released.
did I miss?
Watson, we know that the Barkazas Company directors were drowned in the flooded quarry, along with the train and Robinson's prototype. But we still need to corner the guilty party.
But how do you intend to prove... Oh, no. Please don't tell me we have to dive into the lake.
Who we actually get to.
You may rest assured that I have a far better idea. We have only to use our corrupt Doncaster station master as bait. He will unwittingly trap our Mexican friend.
Of course, you already had a plan. I shall follow you, Holmes.
Well, the case is solved, and we should
And
be
that's
heading
it?
home. May we have 2 tickets to London, please?
Wait, no,
Right,
this is the
wait.
trap.
Wait a minute. You've solved the case?
In a manner of speaking, can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board the train? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through then? He's alive?
Yes, by extreme good fortune. His condition is quite serious, and the method of transportation has its risk, but he will be held securely by the doctor and police officers.
I was having
The
doubts. There
gentleman
was rumor that it
carries
might be
some
Robinson,
vital
but this feels like a
information
more
on this
complete
case.
ending.
I am sure of it.
Ah, really?
Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
And so they take the bait to try to attack the train? Or it turns out we were wrong, and nobody takes the bait. Oh no. See, we're on the
Gentlemen, You are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
Dodge a bullet. Is it a quick QTE? A quick QTE? The hat. The hat. Hey! Oh, yes, that sad puppy dog eyes there. Achievement. Child's
Good
play and
shot,
sharpshooter.
Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my god! I thought I was a dead man.
You shouldn't be so glad about it. You'll be up before the judge.
Your
he was
testimony
so
will be
close
of
to
great
winning the horse
importance to
race.
the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence.
Don't listen
By
to
the
him,
way,
Duff.
Watson,
Lawyer up.
would you
Say
be
nothing.
so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
Clues found 23. Mexicans down the Chileans. Political game. Carefully planned murder. So, space, is that correct? A, all the clues and was correct. Alright. Decision accepted. On to the next case. I don't know. On the one hand, he is a foreign national, and there might be some political knots that they have to delicately deal with. But it's also entirely possible that the British state might look down on Mexico and its nationals and give him the same gallows as every other British citizen. But either way, that is not an issue for Holmes to care about. He had his fun, he solved his case. Consequences don't exist in his head, it is simply on to the next bee. The next bee, the next flower, to pollinate. Personality ranking is commiserative. 70% solve the case the same way. Between half and 2/3 with the same moral choice. Cool. Does a moral choice include shooting the gun, the attacker, or the station master? Or letting them die, I mean? Bloodbath is the next case. Probably not a repeat of the bombed intersection. Elizabeth, maybe?
Holmes, what happened?
He's been shot! He's dead!
I feel deathly.
The next 2 games are dying dreams!
Look it. Let me examine you. Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits.
Oh, the game of knowledge of the coke? There's no cyanosis of the lips. His pulse? We can't check his pulse? Or his breathing? Pupils. Pupils first. Hold on. First, the scene is safe. Then verify he is alive. Pupils?
The pupil is dilated.
Ah, so he is high. Forehead?
The temperature appears to be normal.
And now pulse?
I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. A weak pulse, around 50 beats per minute. But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote. Give it to me.
Holmes, have you poisoned yourself?
You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
But Watson, overdosing.
Datura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What might have happened?
I knew that you would.
And if you didn't, it wouldn't matter in the long term.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Mr. Holmes is unable to see anyone at the moment. He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. I'm glad to find you here. I need your help. This is a strange one. We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the chamber, and so on and so forth.
So
They were
garbage.
found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but... what?
As I said,
And they were tied together.
you are lacking in imagination, Inspector.
So they were robbed.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic. Isn't that the largest steamer ever built?
Yes. And these 2 young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another one that's a bit more
Oh, we can't do
complex, maybe to your
the corruption
liking.
case with the Merry
It's a
Men?
murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
A murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch your hat.
Of course, this is a Merry Men reference at least once per chapter so far. That's totally not going to become an overarching thing. Baker Street or Strand Lane? We get dressed first. I want to get dressed first. And see Toby. Toby! They let Toby on the couch.
On the sofa for the 3rd time today. Well, don't be surprised if Watson sits on you again.
Oh no.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
We haven't got to use the analysis table in so long. Letters. From the previous case. The power of the Empire is growing stronger day by day. As of yesterday, the Mexican consortium Caracal began serving the cause of the British Empire. Oh. Well, there you go, Wither. We didn't end up just hanging the poor foreign national. We have twisted this situation to British advantage. This arrangement is undeniably profitable for London and England overall, and is a great achievement for our exceptional diplomatic and political community. In other news, a train has mysteriously disappeared en route to Evesham railway station, but that's not important. What's my my souvenir this time? The train whistle? Join Lestrade at the Strand Lane Baths. Well, if I'm going to get a dress for it, don't we? To wardrobe, am I allowed to dress in anything? Oh, this isn't a very good loop. Is there a proper loop? But see, that's a 10-hour version. I prefer the 10-hour version, but it's not a good 10-hour version. Wait, now. That's a 2-minute version. Any other 10-hour ones? Delfino Plaza? No. One-hour loop? Could put the 1-hour loop on loop. At least I don't have an hour. Alright, set this to loop then. So bath, what to wear to the baths? Morning gown? We can't wear the morning gown to the baths, but it fits. Can't do sailor outfit with his water. Fine then, gray suit it is. Or that sharp waistcoat. Exactly, sons of lords. And involved in corruption of some kind. they're lucky that they were only caught by merry men, and not Wither, who was so happy to bring them to the gallows if need be. Not even gallows, firing line, huh? No deduces yet, huh? No deduces? No clues yet? Oh, there is music! What a rare treat, hold on.
What a beautiful place.
With a dreadful murder.
Well, that's it for the music. Back to Me Plaza. Me Plaza, Esu Plaza.
The body of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe is still in the steam room. It has not been touched, per your usual instructions, Mr. Holmes.
We have the police
I shall
solo
be
train
waiting
now.
for you here, but please hurry.
So, suspects.
Are you able to identify the men who were with
Also,
the victim in the
baths,
steam room?
steam room.
Yes. The
Gonna be
manager of the
hot.
bath, Sir Gregory Pinkin, a lad from the City Council, Garrow, and an archaeologist by the name of Blinkhorn. I think the plump one, Garrow, did it. He doesn't seem
So
right
Garrow
to
did
me.
not then.
Well, we shall see.
Witnesses?
Was there anyone else here, apart from those gentlemen in the steam room?
Yes, a Mr. Phillips. He was the one who called the police. He will be able to give you more details.
And the weapon
You found
involved.
no murder weapon.
The steam itself.
And that's why I called you. All three witnesses and the victim were locked in when the murder occurred, and they remained so until we got here. We even had to pick the lock to enter.
I see.
So, steam then, yeah?
Any progress, Mr. Holmes?
Lestrade, please, we just finished talking to
What
you.
should we do next, Holmes?
Quit rushing me. Okay, Phillips. Maybe it is vampires. And they drained him of his life essence.
Good day to you, Mr. Phillips. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Would you be so kind as to answer our questions?
Certainly, sir.
Profile him. He's wearing a badge. Light wrinkles. So he's already 20. Scissor cut. Grooms himself and lives alone. Oh no. Oh, scissor cut. Not the haircut, but the cut of the ear. I see now. Starch collar. Fastidious. Shiny buttons. And a badge. Consilio et Labore? Manchester City. Now what's he doing here? Is this a saboteur from MU? And telegram sent today. So what happened?
Please tell us the chain of events from the start of your day. Everything that you can remember. The slightest detail may be of importance.
Very well, sir. I came in at 6:30 this morning.
Yeah, my man.
and I opened the baths. I made sure that the room was clean, and I prepared the towels. The brazier was still burning.
There
That's
was a
your pronounced
fire
brazier?
burning all night.
Yes, Sir Gregory ordered me to light the brazier yesterday. It takes some time until the room is fully heated. The gentlemen had a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. They wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been in the steam room for 20 minutes when I suddenly heard shouting. I ran to the door, but it was closed. I couldn't open it. So I ran out to the street to call for the police. One constable came up, and then there were others, and they picked the lock. Then Inspector Lestrade came along, and he told us that nothing should be touched.
So will that be in a 20-minute window when the body produced itself? Other visitors? That's what I'm thinking with her. That this guy is a plant from up north who disrupt London's own football capabilities.
Did you receive any other visitors this morning?
No one. Until these gentlemen arrived. Sir Gregory was the first. And then, while we were discussing work details, Sir Rodney and Mr. Blinkhorn arrived, and Mr. Garrow followed.
What happened after that?
I waited until they'd all entered the steam room, then I returned to the hall. The changing room door was open, so I should hear if they needed anything.
Was he
You
able
would
to
have
hear anything
heard if
else?
someone had entered or left the steam room.
Certainly, sir. These doors make a lot of noise.
And the door was closed by the end, because it was locked. But could have been open long enough for someone else to come in. What are the facts as we know them? 7:30 sent a telegram. Phillips is from Manchester. He takes care of both himself and the establishment where he works, and is seen as a good employee. It must be him that he's trying way too hard. He went out this morning to send a telegram, probably to his hometown. Okay, so what's where?
The steam room.
No, it's a sanatorium. That's where the soap is.
The changing room.
A podiatrium. A foot room. Exitus, could you translate this for me, Holmes? I don't speak Latin. Frigidarium, that's where the refrigerator is.
Frigidarium.
Oh, what? That doesn't get a translation? And that's all the rooms? Okay, fridge first.
The steam room's on the other side, Mr. Holmes.
At the door?
The steam room's on the other side, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I want to inspect the other things. Quit rushing me. Gotta process. There is a genius at play here. Fine. The only real door.
These clothes belong to one of the suspects from the steam room.
Folded up in classic Hitman style. So whoever is bald is gonna be suspect number one.
Clothes belonging to one of the suspects. Expensive clothes belonging to one of the men from the steam room.
Well, but not one of the suspects this time. Oh no, I spilled everything out.
An ice bucket to keep the champagne chilled. Champagne for a special occasion.
It's not every day you die, so might as well go out with a bang.
Unopened. It was intended to
No.
be enjoyed after the steam session.
I'm assuming this is the victim.
Good Lord, Holmes.
They sucked his ball right
Death
off.
with a peculiarly Roman piquancy.
Like the one you almost had an hour ago.
So
Let us
vampires after
forget
all.
about that.
That is a loud door. That was this one, right? Is that a clue in of itself? It's quiet to open, but loud to close. And you all just hanging out. Garrow, Pitkin, and Blinkhorn. And only one of you has blood on the towel, so you're innocent.
The brazier is still burning. The heat here is extreme.
And yet there's a singular piece of melted metal.
I will need something to pick up this melted metal.
Holmes, please, you were given 2 hands for a reason.
It is too hot. I cannot reach into it.
Oh, I see no tools here. The bucket. The ice bucket. Is it actually? No, it's not gonna be. Alright, then there's nothing else around, right? No tools I could use here. There's a steam switch. G. Newell and Sons. From Seattle, Washington. And I've just ruined the evidence.
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
So the switch is here. And that's all I can see. This is a victim, but you gotta be right up on him. Alright, let's examine him. He's got a cut across his belly.
There was only one hit from the weapon. It pierced the right eye straight through to the brain. Death would have been instantaneous.
Face, face, face. Is just the eye. His hand.
Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample.
Death is very recent, between 30 minutes to 1 hour ago.
The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large.
Possibly a second blood source then, a second wound. The line across his belly does not appear to be big enough to provide all this blood. Probably just a crease from sitting hunched over. I don't see anything else. Right hand is more to it. Dirt, dirt. Ring finger. Ah, there's a ring missing.
Look, Watson. He was wearing a ring. He very likely removed it before the steam session.
So whichever piece of clothing or pop clothing has a ring on it is fake.
I think we have found all that we can here, taking into consideration the abysmal lighting. Constable, we have finished with the body.
What if he tossed it onto the
We don't
fire?
have many leads here.
What concerns me is that we still have to find the murder weapon.
Toss it onto the fire to see if there's any
Please
invisible
have the
ink.
body removed without disturbing anything else in the room.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
I was wondering, Holmes, it's fairly reckless to carry out a murder inside a closed chamber. Why do you suppose they did it?
There are a great many possibilities. The murderer was in a hurry, or he is an artist, or a ghost, or he wanted to ensure that I'd be brought in on the case.
It's Werner Vogel,
The latter.
coming back from 20 years ago.
Ridiculous. Do you know that?
I should check this blood sample at Baker Street.
Confirm perhaps if it is blood. There's still more to examine. Did I miss something? The key. See, I saw the shape there, but I hovered over it, but there was nothing.
This key was covered in blood. I should ask Phillips about it.
Locked from the inside, left under the body. With the body gone. Is there anything visible with the steam on?
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
I think that in itself is the only clue that he wants. And turning on this is just to find the switch. You have some visibility in the chamber. So I'm thinking, where could the killer have been? Close enough where the light provides some illumination? Maybe the victim had something on him that made him easy to aim to it as a target? Glasses! Which have to be scorched by now.
One lens is cracked, probably due to the temperature of the brazier.
And a bend? Is a bend not important, or is that just the fate of all glasses?
These lenses are for myopia. The wearer is short-sighted.
It must have been the fake sailor from the Devil's Daughter. There's no other possibility.
Blood traces wiped on the towel.
He could have found the body, and then wiped it off on himself. Garrow, let's talk. You first. Down the road, one after another.
It's horrible. So Rodney, he's dead. Can't we speak about it somewhere else?
Nope, no clothes. We can only interview you in your bottoms. Your towels, I mean.
I'm in shock. I don't want...
Alright.
It's horrible.
Okay, they're all lawyering up. What's this? A grid?
The grid cannot be removed. The weapon is nowhere to be found.
Oh. Is that what I'm doing? Seeing which one of these grids might be opened? Is that it? This one can't be interacted with. Maybe one of these is removable, but can only be ID'd as such with the steam on? Maybe. If not enough steam is coming out, that could be a sign that there's a blockage. A weapons-based blockage?
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
I don't think any of the vents are interactable though, even the door's not. So, good idea maybe, but not the one they want.
G. Newell and Sons, steam specialists, Seattle,
Oh.
W.
Oh, G. Newell, Steam Specialists. Ah. Got it. Took me a second, I'll admit. The gold ring. Who's got the gold ring? Clothes, expensive clothes. Nah. And nothing to ID here? Or are we allowed to try the other rooms?
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
Yeah, sure, go for it then. Wait.
Please wait, I need to do something first.
If there's an opportunity to wait, there's gotta be a reason. Oh, Sa Ying, Wither, what's up? Steam room key? Who had the steam key?
How many people have keys to the steam room?
We have just the one key for now, which Sir Gregory gave to me.
So, this morning you
The
opened
steam
the steam
specialist
room,
joke.
and then?
I put the key inside my desk, but when they called, I couldn't find it. It had disappeared. I don't know where it is.
So if he's telling the
Did you leave
truth,
the baths at any time, or receive any visitors?
No, sir, I did not.
lies! Your telegram!
You are not telling the truth, Mr. Phillips. You left your work this morning, and you went to the post office, where you dispatched a telegram at around 7:30.
But how could you... No,
It's right there in your
telegram
pocket.
was for someone in Manchester.
Mr. Holmes, it's impossible. I'll tell you everything. I left the baths
Bold,
at
under double
7:20.
judgmental pressure.
My sister wrote to me yesterday, and she needed a reply, or our mother is unwell. I was away for 20 minutes, and I closed the baths on my way out.
Did you receive a reply from your sister?
No, she wasn't meant to. I just told her to pawn my old school uniform so that she could pay for the medication.
Motive.
Did you
Sick
check
mom
to
is
see if
motive.
the key was still in your desk when you returned?
No, I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, don't tell the police about this. Sir Gregory would give me the sack. I need this job.
I see.
Motive is for the medication, and because they saw that you abandoned your post and had to die.
There is a bottle of champagne on ice in the changing room. Do you have any idea who left it there?
There is? Are you quite certain? I didn't pay any attention. Do you believe that it's important?
Has to be. Are we allowed to go to the fridge yet? We're allowed to go to the fridge. What's this? Sir Rodney Bentcliffe's office?
This area serves as Sir Rodney Bentcliffe's workshop.
Archaeologist tools? Is it? I don't see a notepad. I don't see any mapping going on here.
Tools used by archaeologists in their research. I will need these tongs.
Okay, so the melted metal is either a metal eye or face mask that is radioactive and glows in the steam that the killer aimed for, or it is a weapon, or it is, like, I don't know, a ball of mercury that was aerosolized with the steam, and now we're all gonna die in 40 years. This metal plate, besides its archaeological interest, appears to be part of something larger. At the present moment, I am unable to determine exactly what that might be. This plate... Well, elementary, my dear Bentcliffe. This is the top of a barbecue grill.
A shape has been cut in the plate. What should be done with it?
Mine now.
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
Dear friend, I wish to organize a press conference at the Strand Lane Baths next month. 1893 was a remarkable year for my work in Egypt, but now it is time to set my focus upon English archaeology. To shine the light on our national treasures and reveal them to the public. I would like to see as many journalists as possible in attendance to record this event, and record it favorably, if we treat them well enough. I should like to recall my old friendship with Lord Blackmore, and use the special funds of the Royal Archaeological Institute for this event. Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Is that the stiff? I don't really keep track of names. Station Master, Mexican, and Alan Phillips. 1, 2, and 3 are the suspects who killed Rodney Bentcliffe. Yeah, so he's dead. The mirror. There are few among us who could claim any degree of unfamiliarity with the name of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. He is a gentleman who possesses the wealth, notoriety, and vigor to well match the finest in his ilk about in England. His intellect is equal to his charms. He has often been declared by the young ladies of the European aristocracy. He holds powerful connections within the Lord's chamber and carries an influence inside the political world. There are those who would call him unforgiving, authoritarian. We would rather say that Sir Rodney is determined and ambitious. His presence at any archaeological site can only mean success for all concerned. Glasses, possibly his own again, multiple pairs. Miraculous reopening for the Strand Lane's Roman Baths excavation research. Excavation research of the Roman Baths. Well, there's one of two then. Nobody wants the not composite risk management, the cultural resource management groups to go in, digging up what should be a commercial venture, or delaying the paving of roads. History to commerce is either to be pawned off and commoditized or to be paved over for a parking lot. And so he was slain so that his research does not interrupt the continued operations of the baths. The research efforts were about to be halted when a savior arrived in the form of Sir Robert Sir Rodney Bencliffe. Sir Rodney has taken over immediate control of the excavation, claiming that the site holds the key to a great mystery. We pledge to update our readers with all the exciting news as it develops. Amphora?
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
Okay, not strictly Amphora, but look. It's the only vase type that I know by name, so all vases are Amphora to me now. Asawan, 1888.
Glass
Photo
plate
negatives.
negatives. A remarkable method for recording ancient civilizations.
And now they've all been exposed to the light. There's a plate
A glass
missing.
plate negative is missing. It is a glass plate negative of an Egyptian statue.
You can tell it's provenance, Holmes, just by looking at the negative. That's the only thing of note on the entire shelf. Alright. With how often I shove my face into tables and walls. If they really want to hide something, they should put it on the floor. And I guess this is continued excavations. Don't tell me that this is going to be a repeat of the Mayan temple in Devil's Daughter.
Are you alright? I wonder how this could have happened.
Just blocking up excavations?
Yes, it is somewhat treacherous. Fortunately, I am unscathed. To where does this corridor lead?
To the frigidarium, the coal room.
Barely unscathed and by a very small margin. And treacherous is an understatement.
Completely impassable, huh? Maybe we could strat on this, get all the constables out, to clear this out by the end of the case for one final decisive clue.
Those stones weigh tons. We won't move them.
It does not matter. If our investigation requires it, we shall ask for them to be removed.
Called it! Called it! The Caldivarium? Caldivarium. Caldera. The Vocarium? The Vocaratum?
These baths are becoming sinister.
Oh, the hot bathroom. Well, it's all Greek to me. We all know I don't speak Latin. But it came from here. So, this room, opposite. All right, tongs. Tongs to pull out the metal blob. And find out that it's Quicksilver being aerosolized. How do I work these? No! This minigame is so difficult! No! How is it so hard? Fine. I could drop it. Oh, I see. So it is about finding good spots.
I should analyze this melted metal.
On it, Holmes, it's gonna be Quicksilver.
I found him. I touched his shoulder, thinking that he was just asleep.
Well, that's gotta mean then that the fog must have been on, or the steam must have been on. Because with the steam off, it was very, very apparent that the guy was covered in so much jelly.
If you have to interrogate me, I'd like to be dressed properly first.
No thanks.
I can't understand what happened. Am I allowed to leave? I don't want to stay here. It's horrible. I found...
I could interview them at Scotland Yard, but if Lestrade is gonna give me the option of saying no, please wait, There's gotta be a reason. Clues, effective arrival, saved the archaeological research at the baths, and hence champagne. No? Okay, well, Lestrade, don't move the suspects yet. Gonna be uber cautious about it. Let me analyze this ball of Quicksilver first. What have you got evidence-wise? Melted metal, Rodney's draft to search of the archives, blood sample, earth sample. Archives first, I think, because that's easy. That was what, 1893? Adam's Family is a gem. Bankruptcy? 1893, right? East Africa, Ben Cliff's Mummy? The Great Excavation in Aswan. Oh, Aswan. Has taken over 3 years. Sir Rodney Bancliffe directed the archaeological work. A mummy was found with an enucleated eye and posed in an unusual position. The right hand was tensed, as if reaching out for something or to someone. The mummy was buried upright. She has been named the Desperate Mummy due to her very peculiar characteristics. Nearby could be read, in Latin in Aswan, by the eye he was punished for he saw what he was not worthy. The mummy is believed to be Roman rather than Egyptian, as some symbols found in the tomb are in common with the Mithraic mysteries. So clearly, Sir Robert was posed similarly. Robert? Roger? Whoever. Sir R was. Rodney, that says right there. Sir Rodney posed as a desperate mummy. What if the mummy was fake? Or the circumstances were faked to prop up his renown. Because this guy's clearly into Roman stuff, right? And then suddenly, here is a Roman mummy, way deep in Aswan. Mithraic mysteries. Could have researched that?
Here it is.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
No? No more research? Hey, Toby.
On the sofa for the 3rd time today. Well, don't be surprised if Watson sits on you again.
Alright. Dirt, blood, metal. Metal first. The metal is what interests me the most. It's possibly the murder weapon? A soft metal, soft enough to melt in just the heat of the brazier, but not so soft that it can't pierce his eye. Oh, the music's mostly annoying now. Oh, I'm sorry, Wither, alright. But there's no music going on in the game itself. Here, I'll go back to Wii music. A bit more consistent, not as bouncy. Just a bit of something to break up the monotony. Pewter? Yeah, pewter could work. So let's see. You got peroxide, acids, and a great big hammer.
This is a piece of metal taken from a brazier. It appears to be silver, but I need to be sure. If it is silver, it will be possible to melt it, since silver's melting point is at around 900 degrees Celsius. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it with acid. If it changes
Sorry,
color
Queenie.
to match the result of a reaction with a silver coin, then it is silver.
So could you just pour the acid, or do I need a pipette first?
I must take a pipette
Ah.
and place several drops of acid upon the samples.
Just pour it on. Yeah, I'm thinking that 900C is a bit too much for any bath. Even F, it was 900F, that'd still be scorching. But we must investigate all the possibilities. Right on her face. That is not her face.
The reaction is the same red stain.
Ah, it is silver.
Britannia silver quality.
Where'd the song go? Oh, it's loading. So it is silver. Maybe the brazier itself is hot enough to be 900, but radiates through the room to a lesser heat. Yes, 900C. That's plenty. Let me see. How hot are saunas usually? 900 is furnace level, and I'm assuming that means like inside the furnace itself, not radiating out. Roman bath brazier temps? That's a bit too specific. Thermae and balneae facilities are for bathing. Cauldrium, there's a cauldrium. Temperature? Well, here's the ones for bath. Oh, but that's geothermal though. Raising water temperature. But we need a steam room, right? This is steam room stuff. Oh well. Not gonna sit here and turn it into homework. If 900C exists in the room, it cannot be there. So even if the lounging areas are here, and the massive furnace is here, that'd still be too much. Diamond combusts at 900C. Ouch. Well, there you go. His eye exploded from leaning to that side of the room with the miniature sun. The blood? Acid on the blood sample.
Let us analyze this blood sample.
Peroxide time?
This blood has not coagulated well. It seems very liquid. That is strange. Let us see what is inside it. Hydrogen peroxide will bring any foreign matter to the surface.
What if? What if the blood was treated with an anticoagulant agent? Because somebody wanted to plant the blood around the body to obfuscate some essential clue of the
I
case.
must take a pipette and place several drops of hydrogen peroxide.
Acid. No acid? Come on, just once. Not exactly right click, but alright.
Water. This blood is heavily diluted with water.
Water? I mean, it's a steam room. There's water moisture everywhere. It's probably running down the walls and condensing and dripping down his body. So that's a source of water, right? And the blood could only be from a specific rose garden in the Indochina. White clay particles. Pyrite. Selenite, pyrite, and clay. He was visiting the Jurassic Coast and trying to find himself an ichthyosaurus of his own. No more ammonites for him, but he keeps finding ammonites.
Selenite. Pyrite, otherwise known as fool's gold.
Nobody would call it fool's gold if you ever dig up a pyrite ammonite. Then you're really happy.
White clay particles. Interesting. According to the color and its composition, I deduce that this sample is white clay. Now, I need to find which area near London this sample belongs to.
Oh, near London, so not the Jurassic Coast? Well, the most I know is shale mud anyway, so... Clearly, Sir Albans.
The sample of dirt belongs to the White London clay region, located near the city of St. Albans.
And that's all that. Easy analysis. Hey, miss. Must be part of Wiggins' gang, making sure Holmes is okay. Alright, so what we got? We have... Oh, there's no more clues here. The dirt and everything else isn't important. A morning telegram. Chilled champagne, the bloody key. Metal plate. Silver. Britannia silver quality specifically. Find the missing weapon. I do believe we just have. Alright, any deductions I can make with this? Very liquid blood. Blood around the victim, highly diluted with water. You know who did the murder? By all means, reveal it. Liquid silver. Huh? No? Someone who did not wipe his feet before stalking his victims. And thus, the water was to wipe the footprints away. Nothing fits anything. So I guess we can go back, and if nothing changes in the Strand Lane baths, then we'll go ahead and give the okay for Lestrade to take them down to Scotland Yard.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Nothing else has changed around here. These guys are still lowering up.
I can't understand. I feel it. It's horrible.
This massive furnace is still doing its thing. Nothing else here. The grids are gridlocked. I don't think releasing the steam is going to change anything now.
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
Yeah, nothing changed. What if we collect fingernail dirt samples from everybody else? One more look towards the frigidarium. Maybe ask if we can't get somebody to clear out the tunnel. All green here. And now what else here? Alright. You got nothing more for me,
All these
Phillips?
events are bad for the baths.
What if we
Mr.
get...
Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
What if we ask them to dig out the corridor? But there's nothing else I can do at Baker Street or here, so alright. Take them in to interrogate. Unless...
Please.
What if we compare the blood that was by the body to the blood on the towel of one of the suspect's coon witnesses? No? Oh, he's shy! Oh, no, that's just random. I thought putting the cursor up makes him cover himself. Plenty of things to profile in the future, though. That's blood on his hands, but also his cuts, it looks like.
Blood trail.
Nah, there's nothing on him. Alright, there's nothing here then. Only way to advance is to get them out of here. Then what's the advantage in telling to wait then?
We don't have many leads.
Is it only to eyeball the blood of the
Mr.
towel?
Holmes, I should like...
None, Lestrade.
Clothes are all gone? Nobody's left a ring behind. The towel is now forever gone too.
Mr. Holmes.
Alright, in that case. In that case, let us head to Scotland Yard to interrogate them. But the first thing we do before the interrogation room is the bathrooms. I shall be back in a second. Alright, we got here. Continue. I can't help but feel, though, that choosing to bring them over does make something missable. So far, things haven't been missable, but you never know.
Good day to you, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes?
Evidence of the victim and the 3 suspects. Garrows. Pitkins, a Pitkins model. Pitkins, we had the name Pitkins before, didn't we? Pitkins, Pitkins, Pitkins. Reopening? Dating mirror? Lord Blackmore? I thought I saw the name of Pitkins someplace else. Might have been a category in the archives. I bet that's it. Pitkins, Garrows. Still got the bloody towel though. So the handprint blood on the towel is still evidence. Blinkhorn and Bencliffe. First is your ring.
This ring was most likely the one that Sir Rodney wore. He removed it before entering the steam room.
It has been repaired with silver. Maybe because he knew that silver would melt inside that steam room.
I see the join. This ring was repaired, and quite badly too, with silver.
So he knew how scorching hot that place is gonna be. A giant phallic symbol, a double phallic symbol all across the ring.
An Egyptian symbol. It is a very old jewel.
Why on earth would they wear such a ring?
A very pertinent question.
Because he is a looter in this era of anthropology. Silver coin. 7. 7 or 2N.
An old and rather dirty coin.
Possibly more silver.
A hand-drawn map.
For the next location to look at, possibly at St. Albans. Rodney Bencliffe.
Rodney Bencliffe's notebook. It may contain something of interest.
Missing
The
pages.
last pages were torn out.
It's always missing pages.
We must find a way of retrieving Sir Rodney's last lines. Watson, please prevent anyone from entering the room. But first, fetch me a pencil.
Oh, I see that. So nobody sees we're going to tamper with the
A few
evidence.
strokes of the pencil will be enough. I don't want to damage the traces.
Just a few delicate strokes. A few delicate strokes. Oh, I thought it was with the whole page. I was gonna draw something below. Oh well. It's a good thing that Sir Rodney isn't a delicate light writer. Today I almost found this will not go down in history. Today I almost found it. This date will go down in history.
And then to gently smudge the leftover pencil marks with a handkerchief. I'm sure that Watson won't mind if I use his.
Poor Watson. He's never allowed to keep a handkerchief for himself. Today I almost found it. This day will go down in history.
Mr. Holmes, the coroner... But what are you doing? Tampering with the evidence?
I prefer to make them talk. Today, I almost found it. This date will go down in history. Sir Rodney was about to make an outstanding discovery.
Wonderful.
An outstanding
I could
discovery.
retrieve only the final words. The rest of it is lost. Perhaps the autopsy will assist us in that matter.
I'm not sure that I can allow you to inspect the body now.
I am sure that you must, Constable.
Well,
He can't say no to our puppy dog eyes. But yeah. He was right on the cusp of a major discovery that would have definitely interfered with the operations of the bath, so I'm still leaning towards terminal sabotage to keep the money flowing. Rodney Bentcliffe, 63 years of age, right arbor has been burst, pierced to the hilt by a curved blade knife. Silver, I bet. The blade cut through the orbital of the frontal bone, ripping a part of the frontal lobe and the corpus callosum, after which, completing its trajectory to the cerebellum, caused hemorrhagic lesions. All of these injuries led directly to the death of the individual. At the upper lobe of the right lung, there is an old injury filled with an amount of mucus and ciliated debris that may correspond to a chronic infection by elements likely inhaled in a burial chamber. A decaying mummy, for example, or a dried and decomposing food product intended to accompany the deceased their grave. Intended to accompany the deceased in their grave. The remainder of the body does not appear to have been damaged. Remainder of the body to have not been damaged, so that blood had to come from someplace else then, yeah? The eye is a nasty, gnarly wound that did pierce the brain. But that is a heck of a lot of gushing. This is definitely a gentle Holmes, too. Compared to the younger, arrogant Holmes in Chapter 1. And the not too off-puttish, possibly closer to the... What's his name? The guy that plays Iron Man. Not Rodney Dangerfield. RJ something? Anyway. This is a gentler, kinder puppy dog Holmes, it seems, so I could see people being more willing to just give in to him. Talk about the coin. Talk about the coin. And the silver. Talk about the ring. Talk about the champagne. But first, examine everything else. Blinkhorn?
An ordinary pencil.
Ergo, he must be an archaeologist himself. The pencil is the greatest archaeological tool. Robert Downey Jr., that's the one. Sir Gregory Pitkin, manager, to Mr. Blinkhorn. Dear Sir, the interests that I represent require the situation at the bath to be changed for the better. At the present time, the Frigidarium excavations remain under your direction, and yet the works have not progressed. You have failed to find anything of value, and we are unable to make the Frigidarium accessible to the public. The Frigidarium is a valuable asset to the recreation of the Roman bath experience. I urge you to complete your work within the next 2 months. You have this remaining time to conclude your archaeological research, and to find yourself another workplace. Wait, hold on. So Mr. Blinkhorn is a cultural resource management guy who is taking his time to properly study the scientific material in the Frigidarium. Wait, no, it's Rodney Blinkhorn, right? Hold on. Rodney? Refresh myself with these names. Where's the victim? Rodney Bentcliffe. So Blinkhorn is somebody else. Pitkins. Where was this? Which one was it? Sir Gregory Pitkin to Mr. Blinkhorn. So Blinkhorn is also an archaeologist studying in here. And Pitkin wants the experience of the Frigidarium resuming open to the public, as I thought. Okay. So, initial assumptions still going strong. Garrows. A drug file. File with Anelia to analyze.
A file with herbs. Do you know what it is, my dear fellow?
It's the St. John's wort flower, Holmes. It's commonly used as a drug against melancholia. However, an overdosage might lead to a rash or even hallucinations.
But I don't think everyone hallucinated the body, so... Rash, maybe?
When Garrow found Sir Rodney dead, he wiped the blood upon himself.
We're just taking everything like it's a buffet. And finally, Pitkins. Pitkins is the jerk who wants the baths and frigidarium open indefinitely for the money, right? From Pitkins threatening Blinkhorn. So Blinkhorn possibly associated with the victim in a colleague relationship.
A fountain pen with solid gold trim.
Sir Gregory Pitkin, manager Roman Bath, Strand Lane,
Sir
London.
Gregory Pitkin's visiting card.
Nothing on the back. Nothing on the back.
An embroidered silk handkerchief.
And nothing to analyze, right? Just talk about. Body first then. Body first and the victims. Victims? Suspects. Truly, being interrogated is more victimizing than the murder. Watson? So, once again, we have top surgery scars that go the wrong way, a C-section scar in the wrong location,
An unusual wound, inflicted by a curved knife, which resulted in instant death, as the coroner's report says. According to the coroner, there were no cardiac problems nor lung congestion, but there were traces of fungus, possibly contracted from the Egyptian tombs.
Could we open them up ourselves? We could rotate them.
The coroner observed no stomach nor liver disease, if we're to accept that Sir Rodney was an occasional drinker and 63 years of age.
But what if he was really 23 years old, and he just aged really poorly? Memories... He's got lots of lines.
The bruising is in lines. Some light bruising, caused by a rope. They were caused by a rope around the waist. Sir Rodney was descending somewhere.
Clearly before death, but how soon before death? Could be for a different dig that he had to lower himself down for, but was recent enough for enough pressure on the body to leave lines for a while.
Locked.
Okay, so who we got? Garrow, Blinkhorn, and Pitkin. I say, Blinkhorn first. I want to see what the hands-on archaeologist has to say.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. My name is Percival Blinkhorn.
Well, first off, he's got a bald spot, but I can't look at it. Alright, eyeballs? A focused look, attentive. So very possibly archaeologist. Rusty bracers. Not wealthy. Well, yeah. He's an academic. Is that snot? Does he also wipe his nose on his sleeve? Brush dirt stains, okay. But not under his fingernails. Is that like cuts around it? Cuticles? Calluses.
What is your occupation?
I'm an archaeologist, specializing in the Roman period. I'm working on several excavation sites at present, including the baths at Strand Lane.
Can you tell me more about the baths?
Well, we're hoping to retrieve a great many interesting artifacts from the site, and to list any items of value before their eventual restoration and exhibition.
And has it been successful?
It has, thanks to Sir Rodney.
Is that exasperation in his voice? Is that like he's obligated to thank Sir Rodney, or is that sincere? Tell me about the victim.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney?
Well, I couldn't say that he was a kind man, no. But he was talented. I felt a great admiration for him, I must say.
Was it your first collaboration?
I had met Sir Rodney briefly once in Egypt, and I'd shared my researches with him.
Your research,
Surprisingly,
which
my
was
work
stolen.
did convince him to come here. He arrived only a couple of months ago.
Surprisingly.
Well, Sir Rodney was, a cold man, and so very secretive too. But I learned so much from him. I can't believe that he's dead.
Still too hot.
How well were your researches progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather well.
But Pitkin's letter says that it was taken a good long while.
This letter reveals that Sir Gregory was prepared to put a stop to your work.
Yes. But since Sir Rodney's arrival, he had calmed down. He allowed us to work. I'm not sure what they agreed on.
Fraudulent
What
evidence.
will happen now that Sir Rodney is dead?
I haven't thought about that. But if it's needed, I will fight to defend Sir Rodney's expectations.
Fraudulent evidence that are going to be wow enough to draw in more crowds. I bet. Why are there pyramids in Giza? Because they're too big to ship back to Brit museums?
Can you tell me what you saw today?
Well, we entered the steam room and we all went to sit down. The steam was particularly dense, and I didn't see anything much further after that.
So steam
I
was
just
on.
heard Mr. Garrow shouting. Well, we all ran for the door and bumped into each other. I was very alarmed by this point.
What did you do?
Well, the door was stuck, and with all the steam, it was quite frightening. I was barely able to see my own feet. Garrow was covered in blood.
Do you believe that Garrow killed Sir Rodney?
Oh, no. Garrow couldn't harm a fly.
So they were inside at this point, and the door would have had to have been closed and locked. The only key was inside. So it's one of these three then. Somebody locked them all in, and then somebody killed the dude. Not a fly. Inconsistency. Anything else unusual?
Can you recall any recent event that would occur to you now as being a little strange?
Well, yesterday we had a small argument.
Is that all?
No. Sir Rodney informed me that he was to attend the London Archaeological Congress with me.
With
Then
you?
He advised me of the
Oh.
opposite. And rather aggressively, too.
That could be motive? If they knew each other prior in Egypt, and then again now? And then an argument about whether or not he's going to attend the Congress together?
Do you recognize this ring?
Certainly. It's the famous Aswan ring. Sir Rodney brought it back from his last campaign in Egypt.
And he kept it for himself.
Sir
Looters.
Rodney has had his own particular ideas of archaeology.
You know what this sounds like? this sounds like this gentleman here is a lot more sincere in his archaeology. He's not doing this to fill museums and private collections for cash and prestige. He does archaeology with his bare hands, in situ. Does want to take his time to do it properly, it seems. Not just there to jackhammer everything, blow stuff up with dynamite, and find the best looking pieces of evidence, the best selling, the best wow pieces. Actually seems to care. So there's possibly history, a fabricated evidence in Egypt, maybe some stolen research, and possibly this fellow was taking way too long trying to do archaeology the proper way, to make sure everything is documented, safe, correct, and that's too slow for the business owner. It is too slow for the victim who wants to wow a crowd and get accolades from the Congress. Which all means that this is a nice guy with a good heart, and so he must be the killer. They were just gonna blast some chambers and break all the artifacts to produce or fabricate some fraudulent thing that draws in a crowd to the baths to sell product, to give accolades to the fraudster. And he can't have that. And if the place is closed longer for a murder investigation, or to draw off said crowds, more time for the research.
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
No. Silver, you say? No, I don't know how it got there.
Did you know that the brazier can reach 900 degrees Celsius?
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
No, I did not.
Whether in my thinking is like a death fly. As soon as a death fly, a death flag. But for guilt. As soon as someone is saintly, sincere, or has a good heart, they did it because they were forced into it. Culprit number 1 at top of the list.
What can you tell me about Garrow?
He always looks so sad. And he has been acting strangely lately. He complains about voices and visions. I will keep an eye on him because I'm worried.
It's kind of like a subversion, right? A subversion in that you don't expect the saintly, innocent, pure person to do it. And so they did it each and every time. So it becomes more of a subversion when it's not the obvious innocent person. Okay, let's talk to... Actually, have I got any more clues I can connect? Strange wound via champagne. Steam moisture? Presence of water is due to humidity caused by the steam? Or an unexplained clue? I don't know. I'm still on the side of there is a lot of atmospheric moisture, and that explains the water in the blood. Silver found? Strange wound? No? We're not gonna call the murder weapon yet? Sir Rodney was about to make a remarkable discovery soon after arriving. No, that doesn't connect. Impossible.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
You know what? Something had to have drawn Garrow
Good
over
day
to the
you.
body.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few
Oh, he's got
questions?
such a cherubic face.
I am Tristram Garrow.
So, he's on drugs, right? And he hears things. Maybe he heard or saw something through the mist. And that's supposed to, like, make his testimony uncertain. Eye bags. There's a scar on his forehead, longer than mine. Badly shaven. Eye bags. Scar on his forehead. Badly shaven. It's me! He's got a crease at his elbow. Dirt stains. Or at least, I hope that's dirt. Dirty clothes. Ambiguous. Of dirty with what? A Hamza? What have you got Hamza for? Protective amulet. Hamza hand. Superstitious. He's got at least one ear. The scar's not important. No marks at his hands. Pouch? Pocket? Ah, we got a challenger this time. What's your final thing? I would think it'd be the hand, but there's nothing on the hand. That could be like bruises or something? Wait, didn't he have cuts on the back of his hand? Or so I thought I saw. Over at the bath. But now we can't even see his hands. His clothes have dirt all over it. That's not just the smudges on my screen, huh? That's him. Where's lip gloss? I'm going to assume apricot flavored, and he's got immaculate nose hairs. I am envious of him. Wait, oh. What is it? Don't tell me that the hitbox for the scar is all the way over here, because the scar is here, right? But there's something here on this blank space. Perspiration. Alright, perspiration. Another online argument today? How does this keep happening? His aunt was like, vaccines cause autism. You who have autism should be angry at your mom for getting you vaccines. That old argument? I mean, look. There's two primary things for that. One, that it's been proven time and time again that vaccines don't cause autism. The person who put that theory out was a fraudster, and every study since is like, no, that's not how it works. Number two is, even if it's true, autistic is better than dead. Autistic people, hot take, are people, you know? Are they really saying that dying to easily prevented disease is worse than being autistic? I hate to pull the I have a friend crowd, but I do have autistic friends. They're fine. I will say, though, that I was very ungenerous back when my only visibility to autistic people was a couple of... I'm not sure if they're foster kids or what, that one of my aunts cares for. And they're like way on the other end of the spectrum. And if that's the only visibility you have, then I can see being unkind. But again, that drifts into eugenics if death is better than being alive and autistic. But yeah, summation, they don't cause it. And if they did, what's wrong with that? Exactly, it's offensive. Vaccines worse than polio because oh no, autism. Death and permanent death at worst and permanent, what is it, debilitation at best. That is a whole lot worse than just being neuroatypical, you know?
What is your occupation?
People are dumb.
I am a councillor at the district chamber.
And what were you doing at the baths?
Well, I follow the researchers. I'm interested in archaeology.
You follow them?
Yes. So many things happened and we need to know. Or perhaps it's better hidden.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Garrow.
This guy
I
feels
nothing,
like
but
the
I apologize.
the Foundry manager from the next game. Well, whether it's sad to say that the people like this, they definitely aren't rational actors, and definitely are not thinking about the good of everybody else. I suppose it's always a hope that the next of kin do learn better, but I just think about all the conservative people in the US. It was tragic last year when you had people who were vehemently anti-vaccine, and then surprise, surprise, they get the coronavirus, and they're all, oh no, COVID is real, please get vaccinated, don't make my mistake. It was tragic last year. But we're 2 years into this, and we still have the exact same story over and over again. They never learn. They never learn, no matter how many times they have to watch their friends and family come to the exact same revelation.
What was it like to work with Sir Rodney?
It was like working with a genius. He was a hard man, but then you know this world is hard. There are always people who want to steal from you. And he trusted me.
So the superstitious esotericist thinks that fraudster Sir Rodney was amazing.
I'm sorry, it is I remember. I feel so sorry.
Not the same
Do
people.
you need anything?
Okay. Alright, well.
I feel bad. I hear... No, nothing. I'm better now.
Sudden connection. The Hamza protects against the evil eye, right? And the guy had his eye taken.
His ring! Oh, it should be destroyed.
Why do you say that?
It is a cursed ring, digging dark secrets.
Really?
It is after me now. I know it. I shouldn't have worked on it in the workshop. It's too late now.
So you put the he works the silver. He works the silver.
Please try to recall what you saw today.
The room was so hot. I had to remove my glasses. I was not feeling so very well.
So he's my outfit too.
But you found the body.
I saw the knife, you know, flying through the air. I saw the blood. I tried to escape. I don't
Silver
remember.
knife?
Saw the knife. What
He
did it
does
look like?
hallucinate, so that does
Everything
make
was
him an
as
uncertain
if
witness.
In a nightmare. It all happened so fast. The knife was shining like gold.
Melted silver, perhaps?
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
It didn't help. The power is too strong.
So he did put it there. Is that what he's saying? He admits to putting it on the brazier to melt it, but the power of the curse was not destroyed. So he did melt the murder weapon? There you are. What time is it? Mason, almost 3 o'clock. I thought we were going to wake up at 3 anymore. Did you just awake? I'll take that as a yes. Someone recovering from his first all-night bout of Crusader Kings at 2 a.m.?
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behaviour?
Well, he had been rather secretive these past few days. Last Thursday, for example, I saw him leave. when he returned, it was very late. He showed me some wet coins,
What?
Roman coins, and he started to laugh. This is the coin that he showed me. It is from the 3rd century.
It must be very rare.
No, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. This will help me to calm down.
Do be careful with the dosage.
I will.
What if you're
I
supposed to
need
dope him up and then talk to him about stuff?
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
What? No.
Garrow appears to be rather mentally disturbed. Either that or he is a good actor.
I think he's sincere. Garrow's drugs. Strange wound? No. But the strange wound doesn't go to anything? The silver? Possible silver weapon. Recently melted in the brazier. You hope this guy gets murdered by a ghost. Well... he probably won't be. Just like the similar guy who ran the foundry in Devil's Daughter. Just gets to go about his life from then after. Garrow's drug? And the champagne, no. And the stolen notes, no. Arrival, no. Brazier, no. I need more evidence. Percival Blinkhorn is a true archaeologist who lives and breathes his work, remained in his profession for 15 or 20 years, and seems to enjoy it. Good on him. He's gonna be guilty. Tristan Garrow is in his early 30s, suffers from severe myopia, seems very disturbed, which is possibly due to the shock of murder, but not from that alone, as he is unshaven and clad in old, dirty clothes. That just leaves. Pitkins, could you model for us?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, Sir Gregory. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder that took place this morning. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Tell me, Mr. Holmes, will I need to stay here for very much longer?
Yes, about 15 to 20 years. He is irate, he's got lots of array lines. He's got very clean nostrils. Mouth shape. Disdain. He's got a mole by the ear. Signet ring? Aristocrat. Gold chain and a cashmere waistcoat, matted well. He's impatient. And he's got evil in his eyes. Blowtorch, small pliers, a jar of sand. Oh my goodness, Wither, that is extraordinarily considerate. Thinking about the easy cleanup afterwards? That is very kind of you. His profession is being a leech, rent-seeking on the bath.
You are the manager of the baths, is that correct?
Yes. I'm passionate about archaeology.
Are you?
I wanted to restore the ruins. My ambition is to open the baths to the public. Living archaeology can be a profitable business, although now I'm not so sure.
I see. When do you wish to begin using the baths?
When the archaeological researches are over, I will be free to complete the restoration. It is the usual process.
And so you want the CRM process to go by super, super quick, so you can get back to the exploitative business side of it? Ah. to make them think about how you're going to use the objects. My mind went to cleanup, right? You don't want too much mess that might get picked up by mops and bleach. Although, a whole jar of sand. You can't fit a whole jar in somebody's eye. Irritation of 2 or 3 grains would be terrible. Sand could be the new lemon juice, right? You save the lemon juice for yourself because lemon's delicious. And then use sand to exacerbate the wounds. Ooh. And sand doesn't get out, sand gets everywhere. Tell us about Sir Rodney.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney Bentcliffe?
We were not particularly close. He had an unpleasant temperament, suspicious, authoritarian, unkind.
And yet, his presence
People
cheered
possessed
you
by
up
genius
immensely.
may be forgiven for their nature, but not by me.
Was he obstructive?
Not at all. Everything he did led us to greater success. He helped us increase the potential of the building.
And yet you murdered him.
Please tell me what happened this morning.
The test that we performed this morning was a success. The steam was working well. Then, of course, that awful murder.
What did you see?
The steam was too thick to see anything. But ask Garrow, he saw the body first.
He also saw a weapon go flying and tried to melt it.
Some melted silver was found inside the steam room brazier. Do you know where it came from?
Silver? No.
That was quick.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Look, I'm not a suspicious fellow, but I think that he had professional interests elsewhere that he did not wish us to know about.
Why should you think that? Where?
St. Alban?
I have no idea. But after all, it was not my business.
How was the work progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
Too slow for business. The threat, Pitkin's letter.
Sir Gregory, could you please explain this letter? You expressed the wish to call off the research work at the baths.
It was all about Blinkhorn. He was merrily digging away and taking very little care about it, ruining everything and finding nothing of any value.
But the arrival of Sir Rodney changed your mind.
Sir Rodney's work was extremely promising, and it was good for the bath's publicity. So yes, I changed my mind.
Slow, methodical archaeology doesn't care about. Quick, rushed work to bring in publicity. I have zero trust.
Did you bring a bottle of champagne to the baths?
Absolutely not. Sir Rodney did, I think.
So everyone denies the champagne.
Are you aware that Mr. Garrow is under a form of medication?
Garrow? No, but I never liked that parasite.
Do you believe him to be capable of murder?
Well, he did have blood on him. Does that make him a murderer?
You got blood in you. We all got blood in us. Pitkin's fights? Wanted to fire Blinkhorn to stop the excavation? Then Rodney was lying to everyone about his work. He was working alone and secretly. Sir Rodney was about to make a remarkable discovery. No? Effective arrival. Blinkhorn's humiliation. His work was saved by the arrival of Sir Rodney at a high cost to his morale. Or Blinkhorn's work was saved by the arrival of Sir Rodney. I don't know. Because I don't trust the type of archaeology that Sir Rodney does. Sir Rodney comes in, quickly, miraculously finds a giant WoW piece, and then takes all the credit, hence the Congress of Archaeology in London. I feel like if I go humiliation, then this takes us the Blinkhorn murderer route. Champagne for Rodney's lie because he was working alone? Nah, the champagne's a red herring. lying to everyone about his work and working alone. Hence the remarkable discovery. A mortal secret. Why would Sir Rodney be hiding anything? Would his discovery be motive for the crime? Excuse me. A last expedition. We must go to St. Albans. Stolen notes go nowhere. And nothing else does anything. Maybe artifacts of similar make will be found in the provenance of St. Alban. Are we done interviewing? What important discovery was Sir Roddy about to make? Find the missing weapon! Alright, let's go. Should we talk to Lestrade about anything?
Locked.
No, he's not in. Alright, so what new evidence? Find the place, search on the map, so back to Baker Street, and everything else has been done. We've asked but all we can ask, so alright. And while we're going about, let me review what we got. St. Albans, he's high. Pitkins threatened Mr. Blinkhorn. Melted silver. A weapon shape. Long and curved, possibly silver. Silver coinage! There was also silver coinage too, huh? We might find a silver haul at St. Albans. And this metal plate. I don't think this plate could be used as a mold for a silver dagger. A mechanical automaton murder bot. That must be it.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
St. Albans and this X. Okay, I need... There's no, like, markers on this, is there? Wait, no names, I mean. I think I could interpret this as maybe a canal? And roads? Do we have a canal? Oh, is this it? No, not quite. Old London Road. River. 47 River. Is that it? It's just sloppy. That's it.
Watson, pack your bag. We are visiting a location in St. Albans marked on Sir Rodney's map.
To St. Albans. And I think I've deduced as far as I can deduce for now. Site is closed for the notice. Forbidden.
This archaeological site has been abandoned. Why did Bentcliffe come here?
But it hasn't been marked as a site of scientific importance, right? So we could just snoop on in and take all we want. Area 1. Triclinium. What if I don't want to triclinium? Domum Hadriano? The Hadrian House?
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city.
Documents. Followers of Mithras were converted. Mithras! This is vampires then! Followers of Mithras are converted, worshipping more conventional deities such as Juno or Jupiter in their everyday lives. Mithras temples were usually found below temples of other gods. Mithras followers often referred to their traditional deities to gain passage to the Mithraeum. Examples of the Mithraeum of Dio in France is interesting, as the entrance was located beneath the carved statue of Diana. Mithraeum mysteries were mentioned. They were in relation to the mummy of Aswan. I do think that Sir Rodney had his biases and was probably painting connections that weren't there. This entrance was possibly revealed by a clever stone and rope mechanism, which may have never been discovered if the water infiltration had not destroyed the mechanism, opening the way down to the Mithraeum. The water of the blood. Mithraic temples can be found in Rome, Ostia, Numidia, Dalmatia, Britain, and along the Rhine-Danube frontier, while being somewhat less common in Greece, Egypt, and Syria. Tested a game with her, playing chess against potential of interest. Lose to her on purpose, according to the game. But you have to be a consummate actor. I'm kind of reminded of something from, what is it, Marmalade Boy, I think, had a game that the author was talking about, where you might want to win scenarios, but losing them means different story events take place, and as far as the author's concerned, that's a better story outcome. That's not related, but the love interest tried to lose too just reminded me of it. But a connection to Mithras. So I'm thinking right. Rope and water is probably because of opening up a Mithras chamber or a fabrication thereof. A better player of games with her almost makes it sound like a no game, no life scenario. Archaeological report, Mithraeum of Jadshe, 1882. And the empty coconuts that they used to imitate the sound of horses' hooves. Another strange ritual for the old gods to keep the evil spirits away. There. I said I need a button for every time they make a Monty Python or Doctor Who reference, and that's it. The people, feeling that the dark eye was upon them, would melt their valuables in the fire. Sub-Saharan tribes burned fruits, and the rich Roman families spared no expense, melting silver or tin. The dark eye upon them, so melt their valuables, that's probably what Garrett was doing. It is not recorded if such valuable offerings were thrown away with the ashes, or if they were used at a later date. You tried to let her win, but it's really hard to make that convincing. I suppose it would be, because it's not just you trying to lose, but trying to set things up where they take your bait to win. And I can see that being difficult. You gotta either communicate with them, which defeats the purpose, or play extremely well to play badly. Exactly, it's like any other physical activity. You want to be good at it. You don't gotta be a super genius, you gotta practice a lot. Better at writing, write more. Better at running, run more. Better at chess, chess more. There's theory, but there's experience. Okay, so what about this box? This box of importance? No, the box is nothing. Metal cubes. Of silver, perhaps. Is this where he fabricates his artifacts? The cult of Mithras was a mysterious religion practiced within the Roman Empire from around the 1st to 4th century AD. The name of the Persian god Mithra, adopted by the Greeks as Mithras, was linked with a new and distinctive imagery. Worshippers of Mithras had a complex system of 7 grades of initiation, with ritualistic meals. Initiates would meet at the underground temples, called Mithriae, that were retained in large numbers. The iconic scenes Mithras show him as being born from a rock and slaughtering a bull, Tauroctony. And all these rocks are now mine. Report? Report. The knife used by Mithras for the Tauroctony, the sacrifice of the bull, is originally a curved sacrificial blade of Persian origin. Its curve can be from 5 to 15 degrees. The name is derived from the Persian shamshir, which means sword. This radically curved sword family includes the shamshir, scimitar, talwar, kilij, pulwar, and the Mongol saber. A myth of the golden knife is a key to the Mithriac mysteries that some describe as an equivalent to the Holy Grail. The golden knife carries a curse that will spill the blood of the unworthy who would dare to touch it. I still think that the steam grates in the steam room might have something inside. Sholmes very confidently stated that 2 of them couldn't be removed, but there are like 4 to 6 others in there. Door?
The door has been left open. Someone did not care or was in haste.
You know, I will say that as far as archaeological levels go, I'm liking this a lot more than the fantasy Mayan death trap temple in Devil's Daughter. I get it, it's for fun. And not meant to be like super serious. But it was a tone shift. A rather deep tone shift. On top of my own issue of I get it, it's a homage, but that's not how temples work. Fresco of a Cyclops. A Cyclops and Hephaestus. Vulcan or Vulcan?
The Cyclops, a one-eyed creature helping Vulcan at the forge. Vulcan, the god of fire and metalworking.
Now why do we call them volcanoes and not Hephaestos? Cyclops would be the missing eye motif, huh? The mummy in Aswan? The victim with his eye gouged out? Temple. The Biclops. There. And the Biclops now. I would make a Panclops joke, but my BF is right there.
Construction hooks.
He's not fond if I do the, bi in cursive type jokes. These are hooks, right?
Construction hooks.
Construction hooks. Minerva. Nobody else gets a name? Neptune.
It is a statue of Minerva.
With her arm reached out, as if waiting for a construction hook.
Neptune, the god of the sea.
And a bull. A bull who needs to be plunged a knife into.
It is a broken statue of a bull.
It's...
I don't need the ropes for now.
For now, Sholmes, but you know that you're gonna... We gotta pick the pit, right? I don't know, Six. Could you see the bottom? Could you hopper me out? Hello, what do we have here? Examine the tools, then take.
Excavating tools, a bucket, shovel, and brush.
That's trial I'll take. Was that an elephant that I heard? Big sight means having to run into everything to see what's important. Tablinium. Ah, the wall's got some stuff behind the gunk, huh?
This wall was covered with mud recently.
Recently?
What could be hidden here?
Maybe the mud was put up with his bare hands. That's why he's got dirt all underneath. With the delicacy that archaeology is known for. Just scrape it all. Time you think? Alright, Wither. Enjoy a good sleep. Thanks for hanging. The Frigidarium. The vaccine knocking down hard. Well, you know what? That means it's doing its job. So have a good sleep and get that immunity in.
I can see now.
So what I think happened is I think that Sir Rodney was trying to recreate this Frigidium in the London baths and claim it as a new archaeological find. Possibly one that links Mithraism. The ropes could possibly be part of his own construction efforts.
Frigidarium. It is located at the Roman Baths in London. Someone took the time to hide the fresco, but what for? I need to visit this place.
But that can't be all that's here. Upside plus, right? Plus the rope, the ropes, and the archaeological or the construction tools.
This railway is used to remove rubble from the site.
Hopefully, best case scenario is I can now grab the construction tools and the rope. Worst case scenario, gotta train all the way back to London. Artist Domun. Train all the way back to London. Open the Frigidium. Be like, oh no, I need rope and tools. Then come all the way back here because they don't have a store in London.
The door has been left open.
Document. Dear Lord Blackmore, the manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, was quite a nuisance at the start when I arrived. After you stepped in, he became rather more helpful. Occasionally, people of his rank are not well suited to a work of such a great magnitude. They lack the necessary vision. In a few weeks' time, I hope to bring good news to the Strand Lane Baths. I am on the verge of discovering a major archaeological artifact. One that might be used politically by your party to demonstrate the strength of our ancestors and fulfill the need to protect our empire from any present and future threats. Kind regards, Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Didn't I talk about this? If not this game, then the game prior. About how archaeology at this time and anthropology, part of it was a lot of national posturing. the first humans had to be from Britain or from France or from elsewhere, that these important archaeological finds then get political use. And so that's clearly what Roddy's working for. Maybe to use said things to further himself if he's the one who finds such nationalist treasures. Then it's his acclaim, it's his name on the history books. Find a use for the statue of Neptune, the statue of Minerva, the fresco of Vulcan. Talk about the Mithriatic mysteries, analysis the mold pieces. Golden notes, remarkable discovery. Complaints about the arrival. Pitkin's worries. He feels uncomfortable postponing the public opening of the Roman baths because of Sir Rodney. He's angry because of this. He expects to receive much value from Sir Rodney's research. It would increase the bath's renown and popularity. This is true. He was placated by Sir Rodney and the promise of what was to come. Well, I don't like that then, because that implies that Pitkins didn't kill the guy. Last expedition. Uncover his precious secret. Well, the secret hasn't been uncovered yet, has it? If it's uncoverable here. Calvin. Hobbes and you consider yourselves as being smart and so funny. I had a good laugh when he froze Miss Durkin's notes about the Arch of Hadrian and the ice. However, our thesis exams are just ahead, and as you are the so-called brain of your improbable duo, I have to warn you that my gastrophytes model, the ancient Greek crossbow, and not the medical device to relieve the constipated people as you might have, but is not to be touched, or else I'll have to inform Mr. Wormwood about everything you've done these past 2 years. P.S. I ate Hobbes's Tudor sandwich. S. Spittle. Oh, that's cute. They also get Calvin and Hobbes in Ukraine.
This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
And a schematic of a siege tower.
The gastrophetes were used with ropes and hooks for sieges.
And now I have reason to get the ropes and hooks.
This is a reproduction.
Ropes and hooks, ropes and hooks. What's this?
This is the map of the site.
Yeah. So, here's the statues of the temple. We are about here. And the Cyclops and Vulcan are down there.
The gastrophet.
Gastrophed here, to go across there. Oh, is that it?
It is a statue of Minerva.
Okay, where are the hooks? The hooks are here. Gimme.
Construct.
Yeah, give it to me. Clearly we need them, don't we? To make the gastropedes? And the rope, where was the rope? It's been so long now. Were they down with the Cyclops? Fresco. Shovel. Can't take the shovel. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Pits? Did Pits have the rope? Pits have the rope.
I don't need the rope.
Come on! Are we gonna make this or not? Don't tell me I have to leave and come back. I guess we can get people started on work, removing the blockage for the Frigidium. And while that's going on, we solve stuff here. And we solve stuff here, we come back and the Frigidium's open.
This is...
Well, it doesn't appear that I can do stuff here yet. Maybe after some deductions? Seems not. Okay. Well, we could analyze these, so let's go analyze them. And then we'll go to the bath and see if we can't open up the Frigidium. Hey, Watson?
What should we do next, Holmes?
Well, first, we analyze the cubes.
There are 12 pieces here. Let's try to gather them.
Okay, so how do we do this? Rotate and swap mold pieces depending on their shape to position them in accordance to each other.
I will count this piece as a starting point. I will count...
Cube for vertical rotation. I don't know about this. Okay, so... Could I only rotate all for vertical rotation? How do I rotate vertically on its own?
I will count... I will count this...
Because if I'm only doing horizontal rotation and can't rotate vertically, then I can't fit anything here.
I will count this piece.
But I can't connect these two?
I will count the...
I guess those two fit. And so maybe get this one going. See, but here's the thing though, there's nothing there to fit that, so... Oh, you could swap positions! Okay. Alright. This makes a lot more sense now. This game just doesn't explain anything. Where up here does it say you could swap stuff? I think though that I want smooth on the ends. So, full fit. I want a corner piece. Yeah, that fits, doesn't it? No, go back. That is not at all what I wanted. Yeah? Okay. And you have line piece, so maybe put you and you here. And those two fit perfectly. Do they not? Oh, you go line that way. Which means you don't fit here. No, don't skip. No. Another dud. Anybody else a flat top? Not flat top, this one. There. Still no? But it does fit, I think. It's just the wrong one. I guess that's kind of more rectangular, and that's more sharp, huh? Maybe this piece? There. Fits that, fits here. Got it. Now let me get some triangular pieces for this bit. Maybe here? That's not triangular. Let's got a triangle. And ideally a bottom. Well, that's triangle. Wait, no, need a triangular recess. This music has become even more appropriate. Square and this, I think that fits perfectly right here. No? No, you're a top piece. This one. It's a bottom piece. Still no? Rectangle? Kind of rectangle? Is that too sloped? I guess you're kind of curved, but that's also straight. Got it. There's my bottom row. Now I need middle pieces. Top pieces go up. Top pieces go up. This one kind of has a slope to it, should be easy then. There you go, triangle, triangle. And then just get you pointed the right way. And there, corner. Bam! All at once. Then we have triangular piece here. And then we got 3 lines that go that direction. Here then? Okay, so just swap you two. Get your corners going.
It is a mold, and it is ready for casting. The mold is prepared for casting. We just need to fill it with certain material. Sir Rodney has made a reconstruction of the mythical golden knife. He seemed unafraid of maledictions, and yet...
And yet what?
Half a glass of water should be enough to create a plaster solution.
Where's my water? Water? Do we not need the pipette for anything?
Now let us see what we have here.
It's already set. A dagger! What a twist!
This knife is very similar to that described by the coroner as the weapon that killed Sir Rodney.
You should not leap to any hasty conclusions, Watson.
But is it not? Did he not get this to the eye? Frozen. It was an ice mold. It was stabbed into his eye, and with the heat of the room, it quickly melted. And that is why we have water diluted into his blood. The silver is the possessions of the druggie who burnt them because of ancient traditions to burn your valuables to avoid bad spirits. And he saw it as a knife of gold, either because he was high and hallucinating, or because it is an ice knife made of lemonade, or just lemon juice, and so it really stung when it stabbed him. Mold form, strange wound. Mold used to create the murder weapon. Check if we could create a silver knife with the materials found. I think it's an ice knife. My decision has been made already. Ice knife, and they brought a bucket of champagne. The bucket of champagne with the ice also kept the knife in good condition. The ice was what was being protected, not the champagne that Sir Rodney brought with him. Did Sir Rodney intend to kill somebody? And then somebody killed him in self-defense with a knife. Silver experiment.
Let us try to create an object from silver by using the mold.
Okay, we gotta get this up to 900 degrees, right? Gas burner.
It will take a minute to melt the silver with my gas burner. Done. Now I can proceed further.
No gloves or anything, just poured in.
The mold is hot. I should wait for it to cool down.
And we turned the stove off, right? We're gonna start the stove off. It's still going?
Done. Now I can proceed further.
Well, could I turn this off first? Turn this. I can't turn this off. We're gonna burn the place down. That does indeed look like a silver knife.
A homemade silver knife.
But can we make one out of ice?
Excellent. We have created a knife with the silver that we found. It could have been used to kill Sir Rodney.
It was extremely clever to create a weapon that could dissolve at the scene of the crime.
Here's the thing though. Unless it was Garrett who threw his silver into the fire, I don't think they intended it to be melted by fire, at least not that way.
On the sofa for the third time today. Well, don't be surprised if...
Okay, let me see. A use for Neptune. Silver cast, a Mithras ritual knife, but we still have the Taroktani knife. So can we go to St. Albans first and use a knife on the bull? But first, I'm thinking I want to see if we can open the Frigidarium.
Mr. Holmes, we've cleared the corridor to the Frigidarium.
Excellent.
You can visit it now.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
These paths are becoming sinister.
Frigidarium. First, let me see if anything has changed over in the Exitus. Nout here. We could still only examine 2 grids. So there's nothing in the ceiling to descend him. He came with everybody else. Was murdered here. So he wasn't lowered by ropes or anything.
Have you found something interesting?
It's an open roof access. So how is this hidden? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe this is always here, and they were just like excavating. Ship?
Perhaps I could find some clues by activating the flagstones.
Oh, it is gonna be the Mayan temple all over again. One-eyed face is a cyclops. A wreath. Scorpion. Caduceus. Trident. Jugs. Naturally, this relates to the statues and frescoes at the site. And helmet for Minerva. I don't think ship it anything. What else do we have here? We can't go into the water. Okay, let me just press in the ones for the statues. Scorpion is no. Caduceus is nah. Trident for Poseidon? We'll Trident Poseidon. Ooh, a symbol.
A symbol.
Nothing back here. The jug. Who do we have? We had Minerva with her helmet. Fresco of Vulcan and a Cyclops. Mithriatic Mysteries. So it's Minerva, Neptune, and Cyclops, right? But there was one more. There was a statue holding a bunch, like a flower pot. Or a jug? No, the jug's nothing. But it had lots of plants coming off of it, so I assumed maybe the wreath. Helmet for Minerva. Symbol.
A hidden sign.
Ship is nah. One-eyed face.
A hidden symbol. Now I have all the clues to help me find where these symbols are leading. All I need is imagination.
Maybe there was an actual Mithraeum in here. Lock into the key, right? Close enough.
The signs
Easy
are
peasy.
pointing to this bust.
This bus right here, that I'm standing right next to. Thank goodness in this game you could run in detective vision. Maybe this was here previously. Maybe Sir Rodney was looking for legitimate Mithraios. Because if this is all fabricated, this is a lot of work to do in the short time he arrived. They could have chiseled that open. Ropes. So I guess we found the use for all those then. Climbing down with no hooks or rope.
What is this place?
I am unsure, Watson, but everything points to the fact that it was the last place visited by Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. We are approaching the end of this mystery.
Ooh, already? And it's 3:22, so good timing?
A sack of crude salt. A broken glass plate. What is it doing here? I should examine it at Baker Street.
The salt and plate make me assume Mr. Garrett, who probably had some superstitious linings going on here.
How very peculiar. An ice maker.
An ice
Why would Sir
maker?
Rodney have brought such a device here?
For the dagger? Fresco. Holmes, these pigments have been kept away from photons for who knows how long. Don't just wave your life around everywhere. You're gonna break these.
Mithras, the god, clothed in Anatolian costume and wearing a Phrygian cap, killing the bull.
So who was the bull meant to be in this case? Who was meant to be killed? Oh no, it's another puzzle. Alright, salt and ice. Oh no! It was salt water he got stabbed in the eye with! Champagne? Come on. We know it was an ice knife. Give me deductions for the ice knife. The silver weapon was used and destroyed in the brazier? No. I don't think so. There's more to this. It just won't give me permission to link my thoughts yet.
This fresco resembles either a ladder or a hierarchy.
So, initiation grades of Cult of Mithras. The knife is the highest initiation, huh? What if somebody was a Mithras believer and they slew the bull, so to speak? Hey, bunch of monks. The pillar of flesh. What? The skulls aren't important, just a brushwood.
The fire casts a shadow upon the floor.
Well, let's get the rest of this more torch lights. A collapsed pillar, oh no. So we'll have to guess the last bit, won't we? Wait. The piece that we have. if we put it here? The perforated plate. What does it mean? Trident, animal head, arch, and face.
It resembles a bull. That is the symbol of Neptune, the god of the sea. This shadow seems to represent a bridge. It is very similar to the face of Mithras. The shadows show us the way to go. We will find Mithras after Neptune, the bull, and the bridge.
So we have to recreate the gastronomum. And then crossbow across. Then dead end. Mummies!
Mummified bodies. We're in some type of catacomb. Mummified body. A shovel, not from the Roman era.
Oh, I thought I could take
We
it.
cannot go any further.
Well, now I think we are reaching the end of this mystery. So I guess this all was legit, and they really were gonna get the Mithraeum beneath the Frigidium. I'm surprised. I'm legit surprised. I thought Sir Rodney was a hack. But now, he just knew exactly where to look. That could possibly mean resentment. And we'll still have to talk to people about the two discussed with clues. Oh wait! No, it's not in there, it's a negative! There was a missing negative, wasn't there? Is this gonna be any good though? There are people on here.
Done. Watson, could you please use this negative and your photographic equipment to process the photograph?
There are at least two people. The ice maker, right?
Thank you, Watson. Now I must use reagents to develop the photograph.
Oh no, we're gonna botch it. Ice cream in the desert. We are indebted to the Romans who developed this technique. What if the lines left behind are based on the strokes that I use? Because that's some pretty clear up-down strokes. Salt. Salt to preserve the ice? By raising the albedo or something?
The pyramids of Giza in Egypt. Ice cream in the desert. We are indebted to the Romans who developed the technique. Ice. Salt. Ice cream. Another archaeologist, most probably. Ice cream. Sir Rodney.
So that's it. Salt and crushed ice may help to create ice cream.
But can we use it to create a dagger? Glass plate negative, salt and ice. Ice weapon possibility? Someone was experimenting with the Roman method of ice production. If an ice knife can be created, The game's finally catching up to me.
If I wish to shape the ice knife, then I need to pour water inside the mold.
So, we have ice. Water to the mold. Then salt?
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius to fully freeze the water inside the mold. Before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts.
Don't say that! No more than 4 attempts! I can always reload.
I think that ice should be added first.
Okay, okay.
A block of ice. I have only to use my ice pick.
So is this a target? 20 degrees?
Oh, look. The temperature is...
A block of ice, salt, and then the mixing. Ice, salt.
How is it still at equilibrium? How is it not cooled down at all?
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius to fully freeze the water inside the mold.
Oh, I see. So the salt increases the temp or decreases the temperature of the ice? Okay, I think what I meant to do then is ice, salt, ice, salt, ice, salt, layer it, like in glaciers.
Ice, salt. Before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts. Ice, salt.
Holmes, look. The temperature is...
And then salt to lock it in place.
A block of ice. Ice.
Ah, there it goes, that's it. Target reached. Almost. Almost. 20. Done.
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be... We cannot be making it correctly.
Precise timing. Oh. Okay, so I gotta wait for it to hit the equal sign, I guess. Then toss the salt. But that was close.
Salt. Before...
Holmes, look.
Okay, wait for it. Then do it. Then wait again. Then do it. They worried me with only enough ice and salt for 4 attempts. Last one. It's fine to go below, right? Just gotta make sure the ice is frozen. And success!
Now we must check to ensure that it is adequately frozen.
Well, first you gotta wait, don't we? It takes more than a second for ice to set. Ice dagger.
An ice weapon for a cold-blooded murder. An ice knife. A surprising and yet a very brilliant idea.
It's the perfect weapon. It enables one to kill a man and then it melts. The only trace it leaves is a small puddle on the ground.
So, ice weapon and the champagne. The game's finally catching up with me. Ice weapon was initially created, then preserved inside the champagne bucket. It is the ice weapon. Method: the ice knife. The murderer hid the weapon inside the ice bucket with the champagne. After the attack, the knife was left to melt, so causing the excess of water in the blood pool. Explains it perfectly. Humiliation with a knife? Pitkin's hopes, Pitkin's worries? Either or. We don't have enough clues though. We still gotta talk to more people. But first, I want to go back to St. Albans. But first I'm gonna pee, because this is gonna take us to the very end of the case. Where to leave you guys? On the telescope? Nah. Not a BRB on telescope. I just put the BRB here with Toby. BRB on Toby. BRB on Toby. BRB Toby. Alright. Let's get back to solving this Mithrium. This Mithrium Mystrium. T? Oh, I turned that on myself. Meant it R. Let's go to St. Albans first. I want to solve things here, and then we'll go to Scotland Yard and finish off some interviews. The Onyx kitties at my feet. Bit of a lag of load this time. Is that just because there's more to load for St. Albans? Okay, so now we need the ropes, the hooks, and to assemble the Gastronomicon, right? May I take the hooks, mother? We could take the hooks. Ergo, we could take the ropes. Ropes at pit. And now we just assemble everything at the Domus, yeah? There we have Neptune, Bull, Bridge. Put the location. The true location of the Mithrium.
This is a reproduction.
So let's make it.
This is a...
No? We can't make it? Maybe I touch Neptune and the bull and look at the bridge. And then he gets the idea to make the crossbow? See what I mean? Somebody holding a plant.
Neptune, the god of the sea. It is a broken statue of a bull.
And now we go across. Ropes. Iron rings.
Use these metal rings to help us reach the ridge pillar.
So now we make the thing, right? There's a hidden place.
Might be something behind these leaves. I have to find...
Okay, now create it. At least it's nice enough to let us grab the rope and the hooks before touching the thing that lets us make the crossbow. Okay, mechanism housing.
I should use the appropriate object here.
Not the shutter groove? Shutter. In the shutter groove.
I should use the...